Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was given an Ultimatrix. Here is short summary. With the creation of a new Ultimatrix, an ailing Ben Tennyson agrees to send the machine into another dimension. Enter Izuku Midoriya, a young, powerless boy within a super-powered society with dreams of being a hero. Now, armed with the Ultimatrix, will he be able to carve out his own heroic legacy, or fall to the villains that want the device for themselves? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Paradox. Earth, once a peaceful, vibrant planet that had advanced exceedingly quickly thanks to her heroes. Through the combined efforts of various members of the Justice League, and other forces outside of the military, the Earth had been saved multiple times from a multitude of alien aggressors. All of them, for better or worse, drawn to the planet by a single young man for what he possessed. The Omnimatrix, a seemingly harmless piece of technology invented by an alien race known as the Galvans. In a sense, the Omnimatrix was to be an intergalactic Noah's Ark, but in the hands of evil, the Omnimatrix could be used for great destruction. For when one wore the little marvel of technology, it granted them the ability to alter their DNA into one of the many races stored within. Through years of trials and battles, the bearer of the Omnimatrix finally defeated his greatest enemy, Vilgax, the most dangerous being in the universe. The victory over this powerful foe finally brought about a peace to the galaxy and beyond. However, a human may only live for so many years, and the ruthless, cruel, and power-hungry galactic warlord would someday return for the treasure he had so desired, and the revenge upon the one that had brought about his defeat. And so, a new Ultimatrix was constructed so that all of the data would be safe until it was needed. Are you sure that the Ultimatrix will be safe in this new dimension? Asked a man with graying hair and a beard. He wore a lime green jacket with the number 10 on the back. The man in front of him nodded. I'm quite certain, my young friend, he said. I've watched this world for the better part of a century, and I can honestly tell you that the humans there are, while not perfect, better off than we were when you were a boy. A younger man stepped up to the elderly man. Dad, I don't see why we can't just load the data into my Omnitrix, he said, holding up his left wrist, where a green watch-like device sat. And besides, Vilgax hasn't been heard from in what? 30 years. The young man's father gave him a sad look. Kenny, we both know that old squid will come for Earth as soon as I'm gone, he said before coughing loudly, startling both of his companions. I'm all right, he assured them as he wiped a small red stain from his lips, and the answer to your question, son, is that I want you and your family to live in peace. And sending the Ultimatrix into another dimension is supposed to save us. Kenny asked his father, Dad, if Vilgax does come for Earth, then peace is going to be the last thing we have to worry about. Clark and Jean are just barely keeping the treaty between Apocalypse and New Genesis stable. He ran a hand through his own graying hair. Besides, I thought the Galvans wanted to use it as a fallback in case too many important races went extinct. The other man nodded. True, but that is something that the Galvans have been fearing for a while, he said, turning to the large machine in front of them. As I've explained, each dimension is different from the others in the multiverse. Each Earth with different individuals, ideals, customs, and fates. He tapped a few keys on the machine and an image appeared in front of them. One of a planet Earth, and of all of the Earths I've visited, this one is the most unique and dramatically out all of them. Kenny's father stepped forward, reading the words beneath the planet's image, Earth Omega. The beginning and the end, the man said. You see, this planet, this dimension in its entirety, has no other life forms other than those of Earth Omega. Kenny's eyes widened. That's impossible. His father agreed. How could life not have evolved anywhere else in this dimension? The man smiled at the pair. Because, my young friends, he said, the end of all life has already happened in this dimension. Both men looked shocked. It's the truth. Heat death has already occurred within this dimension. He went on. But from the depths of the cold came a miracle. A new, blazing star that drew in the dead planets to create Earth Omega. He said, after Omega was formed, humans evolved just as they did here, He turned and tapped a few more keys on the device, except for one minor detail. He said while the image of a strand of DNA appeared next to the planet. As you can see, this strand of DNA is quite a bit different than those of even hybridized humans. I see what you mean, the elderly man said. This doesn't show any signs of being of alien descent, but it does show a natural gene mutation. Kenny nodded in agreement as he studied the strand of DNA. Yeah, and if I've got my genetics straight, then the person that this belongs to is incredibly strong. He frowned, stronger than a Superman was in his prime. The man nodded, and that is just one individual. He said, on this Earth, humans have all evolved to have naturally occurring superpowers of their own, and it is considered almost unheard of if someone doesn't manifest these quirks, as they're called, at the age of 4 to 10 years old. And the reason you think that this dimension will be safe is because unlike the other Earths, this one won't have its own Vilgax to invade it in search of the Omnitrix, the elderly man said, at least, not unless our Vilgax learns about what we're doing, right, Professor Paradox? The now named professor shook his head. I'm afraid that he already knows of our plan, Benjamin. He said, much to the father and son's shock, his spies are everywhere, and not even the plumbers can ferret all of them out. He sighed, but this Earth will be the perfect place to send the Ultimatrix because not only does it have a multitude of heroic super-powered individuals, but because I am the only one that has the ability to travel there. What about Eon? Benjamin asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Professor Paradox sighed. You know that he is of no real threat anymore. Try telling that to Grandpa Max, Kenny said bitterly. Running a hand through his unruly brown hair, he sighs, aside from the two of you, you're sure that no one can reach this Earth Omega? Professor Paradox nodded. I am 99.99% certain, he said. I could go on and on about that other 00.01%, but as I said, I will not allow anyone near this Earth. He said, or the person I believe can wield this new Ultimatrix. He looked at Benjamin. I trust you've activated the 10 base alien DNA samples you wish for them to use initially. Benjamin nodded. I have. He produced a small box from inside his jacket. I've also included some upgrade keys to activate the more advanced features at a later date. When you think the new wielder is ready, give one of them to him. I've marked them from 1 to 3. Azimuth also included a few messages himself, Kenny said, and Dad programmed a short message to explain who each alien is, and what they do. Professor Paradox smiled, and took the box. Excellent. He tucked it under his arm. Is there anything else that you'd like to include before I make the journey? Benjamin shook his head. Just keep an eye on them. Vilgax won't stop until he has the Ultimatrix, and he'll do anything to get it. His son nodded in agreement, and a dimension that's only got one inhabited planet sounds like an easy target. Kenny put in. Professor Paradox smiled, and I give you my word that he will not lay a claw on this device. He promised with a bow of his head, then looked at Benjamin sadly. I fear that this will be the final time that we meet, my young friend. Do take care of yourself, won't you? Benjamin smiled. I'm Ben 10, Professor. He grinned at the man. I can still take a few licks. And he'll have me and Delvin looking out for him, Kenny said, smiling at his father. You can count on us, Professor. The man stepped forward and gave the aging Ben Tennyson one final embrace. Then I will bid you a very fond farewell, my dear old friend. He stepped back, and was gone with a simple flash of light. Ben and his son stared at the spot their friend had been. Well, it's done, now. Ben said before coughing again, more violently. Kenny moved to his shoulders. Thanks, son. Don't mention it, Dad, he sighed. Come on, it's past time for your treatment. Ben sighed as the two of them walked out of the room. All of those years of fighting against an oversized squidbilly with planet-destroying weapons, he sighed while his son supported him, and Vilgax finally has the last laugh by infecting me with a damned super cancer. Musutafu, Japan was one of the liveliest places that Professor Paradox had ever visited in any dimension. Not only was it entertaining with many diverse people in many diverse forms, but it was the home of the very person he was looking for. If I timed this correctly, he said to himself, the young man should be arriving. Ah, there he is now. He said as he saw the very child himself. The boy, if he was asked to describe him, was rather short for his age. He had a rather round, friendly face framed by a short mop of fluffy dark green hair which stuck up at odd angles around his head, casting noticeably dark shadows onto itself. His eyes were large and somewhat circular, their irises the same shade of green as his hair, which, from his time observing him, at times tended to be very watery, and were usually stretched quite wide, giving him an innocent, energized appearance. He also had a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, one on each cheek. However, that energetic look had now left his eyes, replaced by a beaten, defeated look. Paradox knew the reason from his time in the Dimension's future. This boy's dreams had just been crushed by his greatest idol. Though he knew that he was depriving the boy a rather uncertain great future as a hero that would inherit his idol's powers, he knew that, by gifting him this chance, he would ensure that the boy's future would be set in a stone stronger than Petrosepian crystal. The professor walked briskly across the street toward the young man and caught up easily to him before he tapped him on the shoulder. "A young man like you should not have such an unhappy look upon their face," he said in an understanding, yet cheerful tone as the boy startled with a little yelp. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to frighten you." "Oh, the boy, Izuku Midoriya, muttered, "why you didn't, really." He stammered, I was just. You were simply having the worst day of your life." Professor Paradox supplied with a hint of sympathy. The boy looked up at him. "How did you?" He shrugged. "You could call it one of my many talents," he said, motioning over to a small sidewalk bench, "but I find that the best of my abilities is being a good listener." He smiled as the boy faltered, "provided you'd be willing to trust a stranger with your problems." Izuku seemed to hesitate for a moment before he gave a slow, tearful nod. "Oh, okay." When the boy was comfortably seated, and Paradox settled beside him, the boy slowly told him of what had transpired during the day that made it the worst that he had ever experienced. The professor nodded, listening to each word silently, some points earning a disgruntled noise of displeasure at his treatment by his peers. Finally, Izuku wound down, "And when I asked him if someone without a quirk could be a hero." Izuku trailed off, not knowing how to explain the next part. "He most assuredly thought that he was protecting you by saying no," Paradox supplied, and the boy nodded slowly, "when in truth he was crushing your heart and soul with each word." He gave a small nod of understanding. "While I can understand why he would say such a thing, I do believe that most hero schools do accept quirkless applicants." He shook his head, saying something like that was entirely too cruel. "Well," the boy said, rising to defend the #1 hero, "like you said, he was just thinking of my safety, and quirks have gotten stronger with each generation, so a quirkless person like me couldn't." A gentle hand landed on his head. Looking up he saw Paradox smiling at him kindly. Sir. Doubt is the enemy of ambition, my very young friend." He told the boy, "If you desire to be a hero, then a hero is who you shall be." Izuku frowned, though the pat on his head did make him feel slightly better, "But without any power, how can I?" "What if I were to tell you that there was a device that could grant your wish?" Paradox asked, and the boy looked up at him in confusion with hint of hope and disbelief on his face. "This is no jest, my young friend. My quirk, I suppose you could call it, allows me to travel through space and time." "Whoa, really?" he asked excitedly while a slightly burned notebook appeared in his hands. "How does it work?" Paradox chuckled. "Yes, really," he said and reached out to push the book down, "but I do believe that you've missed the main topic, my friend," he said while the boy just blushed in embarrassment. "But back to my claim. I have in my possession a device, which was entrusted to me by a very dear friend." He lifted the box in his possession. "It is called the Ultimatrix, a device that, for lack of a better term, allows you to possess the body of an extraterrestrial being." The boy looked at him. "Extraterrestrial? You mean like an alien?" Izuku asked, feeling more confused than ever. "Precisely, my friend." He lifted the lid on the box, allowing the boy to look inside. Izuku looked inside and saw what looked like a gauntlet-like band containing a black rectangular button and wrist couplings that would extend up to almost half of his forearm. "Wow, that looks so cool," he said in wonder, "and this thing can turn whoever's wearing it into an alien." "Several different alien species, to be exact," he said, "and I would entrust this to you, if you're willing to accept it." Izuku looked like he was about to simply grab it, but hesitated, looking up at the man. I don't understand, sir, he said with a slight tremor in his voice. Why give this to me? Professor Paradox smiled at him. I have been observing your world for well over a century, searching for someone like you. The boy cocked his head in confusion. This device does possess great power, and would make anyone an even greater hero. But a hero isn't measured by their deeds, or their strength and ideals. He said as he pointed to the Izuku's chest, it's their heart that makes a true hero. When I first glimpsed you, you were defending a boy from someone you still consider a friend to this day. And for that, he turned his ire on you, yet you still strive to see the good in him, and in everyone. Your desire to help others is exactly what is needed to wield this device to its fullest potential. He said and leaned in. That means, my young friend, that you can be a hero. Izuku felt something inside him break completely. Like a dam, his held-back tears flooded his eyes as the words that he had so desperately wanted to hear since he was a child passed the man's lips. Sir, he sobbed, if you think that I can be a hero, then. An explosion shattered the air before the boy could finish. Smoke rose above the buildings as shouts and screams could be heard. Paradox frowned. I do believe that our time together has ended for now, my young friend. He said as he set the box down next to him and rose. The Ultimatrix is yours now, Izuku Midoriya. Use it to carve out a path for yourself. He walked a few meters away from him. The power it grants you will bring you hardship, and woe, yes, but, smiled over his shoulder, for you, I see a future as bright as a newborn star blazing in the black abyss of space. Izuku wanted to ask what he meant, but the man disappeared in a flash of light, leaving him alone with his new future. Izuku Midoriya could not believe what had just happened. He looked down at the device inside the box, and then toward the spot where the strange man had disappeared, then to the large plume of smoke rising from the city, his city. He reached inside and picked up the strange gauntlet. It opened up as soon as he touched it, startling him into nearly dropping it. Okay, here goes, everything. He rolled up the sleeve of his right hand and placed the Ultimatrix against his skin, and the thing suddenly latched onto him like a leech, almost as if it was fusing itself to his skin. The startled boy groaned in discomfort as the Ultimatrix settled into place, locking itself onto his arm. The dial then rose, a hologram image of an elderly man appearing. Hello, young one, he said, if you're seeing this message, then you've become the proud owner of the Ultimatrix. Izuku smiled slightly. I'll make this as short as I can, since I can imagine that you're going to get into a fair amount of trouble pretty quick. He said, which did nothing to alleviate the boy's nerves. To use the Ultimatrix, activate the dial by pressing the two buttons nearest your wrist, and it will make the dial rise up. Then turn the dial, which will activate the selection wheel. When you've selected the form you want to change into, slam the dial down, and the DNA will lock onto you. Then you'll change. For more information, the code for the Ultimatrix tutorials are activated by saying, Ultimatrix tutorial 001 through 010. You can also ask for details on each transformation before you change into them. Good luck, hero. The hologram disappeared, and was replaced by another figure, this one looking decidedly feline. Izuku thought that it was good enough to try out given that he was short on time, so he slammed the dial down. He didn't know what to expect, but he was expecting to feel at least some sort of pain when his body started mutating. The entire change took less than a second. No pain, no discomfort, just the rush of power flowing through like a shock that he never wanted to end. Fast track. He looked down at himself, seeing himself in a new, taller form. Blue fur surrounded his feet and shins almost like boots, while his hands and forearms were the same up to his elbows. His body was black with the symbol of the Ultimatrix on the center of his chest beneath a blue-furred lightning bolt design leading up to his neck and face. He reached up and felt something akin to a mask over his face. Cool. His voice startled him for a moment, sounding nothing like his normal high-pitched voice. Whoa, BTOOOOOOOM. Izuku looked off toward the smoke, seeing flames rising above the buildings now. Okay, no time to freak out. He said to himself and started running toward the chaos. Time to see what this body can do. he said before he felt himself running much faster than he should have been. Holy, wow, the boy alien shouted in excitement, this guy's a speedster. Fast Track. The feline speedster in the Ultimatrix's arsenal. This fast furball possesses enhanced strength and durability as well as super speed, but be careful because if this feline freight train runs too fast he has a very hard time stopping. He raced through the city toward the attack at speeds he thought only All Might possessed. This is so great, he laughed to himself before he saw the gathering crowd of people around the chaos. He tried to stop, but found that his feet had no traction. Not so great. Lousy brake pads. He yelped when he saw he was about to come face to face with a wall. Oops. Wham! Fast Track ended up face planting into the wall, leaving a body imprint. Ow. What's going on here? He heard someone asking. Wasn't that the villain that All Might was chasing? The blue speedster yanked his face out of the wall. Did they say All Might? Yeah, he must have given him the slip. Someone else said, sounding frantic, now the guy's running amok in the shopping district. That's not the worst part, the blue speedster heard a woman say, I heard from one of the police officers that he has a hostage. It's because of the kid's quirk that all of those explosions are going off. Fast Track's emerald eyes widened. Explosions, his thoughts immediately turned to his classmate, and the sludge villain that had tried to take over his body earlier. But how did he get away from? He remembered the moment when he had stupidly grabbed a hold of the hero as he had tried to jump away, right where he had stashed the bottle that he had trapped the villain in. Oh, my God, it's my fault. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Someone else demanded. They can't just let that poor kid die. HMPH, I heard that they're all too scared to even get close to him because of the kid's quirk going off, a man said. Pathetic. Heroes are supposed to help people, not just sit on the sidelines. Fast Track grit his teeth. If I go out there, then I'll be arrested, but he spotted a familiar figure standing nearby. All Might. Here's actually here. Standing against a lamp post in his weakened state was the world's symbol of peace, looking frustrated and ashamed. Perfect. He must have come looking for the villain after he found out he was gone. He rushed forward. Meanwhile, Toshinori Yagi, also known as the Mighty All Might, stared at the fiasco of a scene in front of him in pure rage at himself. Damn it all, he cursed himself, how far have I fallen to let something like this happen? A blue blur appeared next to him. It's not your fault, All Might. He looked at the new arrival in shock, seeing a blue bipedal feline in front of him. It's mine because I was the one that grabbed you and caused the villain to fall out of your pocket. The man's eyes widened in shock further when he recognized the tone from the stranger. You can't be. Young Midoriya. Fast Track nodded. In the flesh, or fur, I guess. He shook his head. Never mind. Just tell me to fight. He begged. I can't right now because I don't have a license, but if a hero or a hero agent authorizes it, I can go help my friend out there. He pointed to where they both saw the sludge villain writhing, explosions erupting all over his body. The blue-furred alien caught a glimpse of his friend's desperate face as it began to turn blue from lack of air. Oh, no. He looked back toward the withered hero. Please. He's gonna die if we don't do something, now. Toshinori looked at the boy turned feline, and gave a slow nod. All right, he said and pointed through the crowd. You get me to the front, and I'll authorize it. Without another word, Fast Track picked the man up and sped up the side of the building to avoid the crowd. When the blue speedster reached the front of the crowd, he jumped from the wall and landed next to where Backdraft was keeping the people at bay with a water barrier. What the? Fast Track set Toshinori down, and the man stepped up to the firefighter. Backdraft, I'm Toshinori Yagi, a hero agent, and I'm authorizing this young man to use his quirk. He said with authority. Before Backdraft could argue, the blonde man turned to the blue speedster. Get going. Yes, sir. Fast Track dropped into a runner's pose and took off and running, aiming straight for his flailing friend. Brace yourself, Kachan. Katsuki Bakugo, known to only one person as Kachan, widened his eyes as the blue blur came toward him. Before he could get the word out, it felt as though he had been smashed in the stomach by a baseball bat when Fast Track's arms circled around his torso with such strength that he was forcibly pulled from the sludge villain's body. He skidded to a halt on the opposite end of the burning street. Now, his eyes landed on the villain. It's payback time. Releasing Katsuki to return to the villain, Fast Track zipped by him, aiming a solid blow to the villain's body, only to come away with a sludge-covered fist. Ah, gross. He shook his hand clean, almost missing the whipping tendril of slime coming toward him. Yikes. He jumped up out of the way higher than he had intended. Whoa, this guy can jump. He muttered to himself before nimbly landing on a crooked lamp post. Okay, physical attacks won't work, so, he then smirked as he saw an overturned garbage can. I'll just see how much G-force this guy can take. He leapt down and started running again, circling around the villain. What the hell is he doing? Death Arms shouted as the boy ran in circles. How's he gonna beat him like that? All Might, however, saw something that the large man didn't. The wind around the pair was picking up. He's running so fast that he's creating a cyclone. The villain growled at the speedster. That's not gonna save you, ya little flea bag. He shouted as he tried to launch his slimy appendages at him, but by now, the wind had become so powerful that he couldn't get near the blue team. What the hell are you doing? Fast Track wasn't listening to anything else except his own heartbeat. Faster, he told himself, I have to go faster. A burst of speed rushed through him, bringing a grin to his face. Now, a powerful whirlwind erupted around the villain, tearing his body apart as he was lifted off the ground and into the vortex. Izuku saw his chance. He blasted out of the whirlwind, grabbed the trash can, lid and all, ran up the side of the nearest building and jumped toward the villain's liquid body. He snatched up the villain inside the can, slammed the lid down, and landed on the balls of his feet. He then rushed into one of the nearby stores, rushed back out and ran all around the can, wrapping it in duct tape. After he was done, Fast Track leaned over on his knees. If you can't fix it with duct tape, Fast Track huffed, out of breath, you ain't using enough duct tape. Beep 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 BWOO. In a flash of red, Fast Track was gone, and Izuku stood in his place. The crowd, and the heroes all gaped at the boy that had just defeated the villain, and saved his classmate. Not only that, but he had completely upstaged the other heroes. A kid, Death Arms gaped, you mean that little boy was. He was growing angry for various reasons, chief among them being that a child had risked himself. Kamui Woods stepped forward, looking impressed. Man, I've never seen a speed quirk quite like that before. Death Arms looked at the young hero in frustration. It doesn't matter what kind of quirk he has, he snapped, that kid shouldn't. Instead of getting upset, you might thank the boy for a job well done, Toshinori said to the man, silencing him in an instant. I only authorized him to fight because all of you were just standing around waiting for a hero with a better quirk to come along. He gestured to the recovering boy. Well, guess what? There he is, he said angrily. Kamui frowned beneath his mask while Death Arms just crossed his arms. Putting the kid's life at risk was still. It was against my own better judgment, Toshinori admitted, understanding the man's attitude, but he begged me to let him fight. The blonde man snorted at him, and with the life of a child on the line, I saw no alternative since all of you were working the crowd while waiting for someone else to do your jobs for you. That stung, in more ways than one as the two heroes watched as the supposed hero agent made his way out into the street to check on the boy. However, Deku you bastard, Toshinori's brow nearly shot off his head at the shout. Then he saw the young man that had been held captive rushing toward young Midoriya, looking utterly furious. How the beep did you do that? He grabbed the teen by the collar of his school blazer, shaking him violently. You lying little weasel, you said you didn't have a quirk. The blonde snarled nose to nose with the now petrified boy. What? No, I wasn't lying, I swear, Kachan. The boy yelled quickly, sweating bullets. Bullshit, Bakugo shouted, raising his hand menacingly. You better tell me right now or you're dead. Toshinori grumbled and stepped forward to intervene. I don't think so, young man. He shouted as the blonde whipped around in his direction, smoke already rising from the palm of his hand. Young man, if you use your quirk here, then not only will I have you reprimanded to by the Hero Public Safety Commission, but I will also make certain that you are denied access to any hero schools for the following year that you graduate from whatever middle school you attend. Bakugo was very fast to back off. 1. Because he felt that Deku wasn't worth losing a single day of hero school. 2. Even if this skinny Skeletor look-alike extra didn't look like much, he had to be very high up to make such a threat. And just who the beep are you supposed to be? Demanded the explosive teen. Toshinori smirked. The name's Toshinori Yagi, kid, and I work as a hero agent for Might Towers out of Minato, Tokyo. Both boys froze, both for different reasons, but they weren't the only ones to hear his claim. That guy works for All Might. Man, no wonder that kid was so good. You think he'll get scouted for UA's recommendations? Toshinori gave the blonde boy a hard look. Instead of being angry with this young man, you should be thanking him for saving your life. He put his left arm out behind him, because if I hadn't authorized him to fight that villain, then there's no doubt in my mind that you wouldn't be alive right now to complain. Bakugo frowned, remembering how close he had come to suffocating, because none of these other heroes wanted to chance rescuing you from that walking sludge heap. He then pointed at the cowering Izuku, but this boy was willing to risk everything, his life, his future, everything that he had to save your life. I didn't need his beeping help. Then you're delusional as well as ungrateful, Toshinori frowned. Now put him down. Bakugo looked ready to murder someone before huffing, tisk, and dropping Izuku on his ass before turning away from them. Izuku yelped when he hit the ground, and Toshinori reached out to him. Come along, young Midoriya, we should get out of here before that circus we call the media arrives in force. Izuku nodded and accepted his help up, dusting himself off. Thank you, sir. Toshinori looked at him. For letting me save him, I mean. Toshinori shook his head. I think I'm the one that needs to thank you, my boy, he said somberly, and I do believe that I owe you a huge apology for what I said to you earlier. Izuku smiled at him, but I also believe that you have some explaining to do, Toshinori said in a more hushed tone, like how you were able to transform yourself, despite being quirkless, in less than an hour after we met last. Professor Paradox smiled as he watched the goings-on of Earth Omega through a small window through dimensions. Seeing the boy that he had gifted the Ultimatrix to use it so efficiently right away had made him exceedingly proud of him. Of course he knew that he wouldn't keep the device a secret, though it could be explained away as a piece of support gear needed to activate his quirk. What he worried about was the potential of the boy also accepting something he really shouldn't. Toshinori Yagi's quirk was powerful, and if gifted to the boy, he would, eventually, excel as a hero. However, the amount of pain that would come with it would not be worth it in the end. He would lose much. That much he had seen through his walks through time. However, looking at a split in the timeline had revealed something more to the boy. Like Benjamin Tennyson, he had a drive to help people, not for his own personal gain, of course, but through a sheer love of heroes and the idea of being one himself. That wasn't to say that the future did not hold any dangers for the new wielder of the Ultimatrix. No, of course not, that would have been ridiculous in any universe. No, Izuku Midoriya would become a hero that would inspire all of those around him, but he would still have to face great evils in his future. Still, Paradox was proud of his selection of Izuku Midoriya and he was certain that his young friend, Ben, would approve of his choice. So this thing is the source of your power, and not a quirk. Toshinori said as he walked alongside the boy on their way to his home, and the transformations are actually aliens and not a mutated version of yourself. Izuku thought for a moment, well, I haven't had time to go through the tutorials that are installed, but if I had to describe it, then I'd have to say that it's almost like. He frowned, well, almost like my mind is being put inside a different body, and I'm just borrowing it from the actual owner. Well, that's not creepy at all, now, is it? The man asked with a chuckle. Still, I'm relieved. Izuku looked at him in confusion. You remember the scar I showed you, right? The boy nodded shakily. Well, the one that gave it to me had an as of yet unrivaled quirk that allowed him to steal a person's quirk, and then pass it on to another if he wanted to. And you were afraid that he'd met with me? Izuku frowned. Toshinori shook his head. No, that wasn't what I was thinking, but it was similar, Toshinori admitted. I was afraid that he'd had himself a protege that he'd passed his power onto before our fight. He said, seeing another like him rise to power while I'm down to no more than 3 hours of hero work is a frightening thing to think about. I guess I can see why that would worry you. Izuku sighed, but I don't think that that man had anything to do with whoever it was that hurt you. He said with a bit of embarrassment, I'll admit that I can be pretty trusting, but I feel like I could seriously trust him. He held up the Ultimatrix, and this is going to help me be a hero. Toshinori smiled at the boy's renewed enthusiasm. Then I think you should go ahead and apply to UA as your school of choice, the man said with a chuckle when the boy looked at him. I'm being serious, young Midoriya. You certainly have the heart of a true hero, and I know that my alma mater is tough, but it is known for turning out the most amazing heroes the world has ever seen. Even foreign countries see that and send young people from all over in hopes that they'll be accepted. Izuku looked down in embarrassment. I wanted to go there anyway, he said. Like you said, it was the school you attended to become a hero, after all. Toshinori smiled. I'm glad that I'm still your favorite hero after what I said to you today. He sighed. I truly am sorry for that. I thought that I was trying to protect you. He frowned. I know that a lot of quirkless students still apply for hero courses, but so few actually make it through because the schools employ hazing tactics, and those that do go pro rarely last longer than a year before being killed. Izuku nodded. I know, but I still wanted to be hero so badly. And now you can be. Toshinori smiled. But, is it me, or did you transform back against your will back there? Izuku nodded. I think this thing has a time limit, he admitted. If I remember it right, then I think a full 10 minutes had gone by before I had to change back. Toshinori frowned. So that thing isn't as powerful as we thought. He said, you mentioned a tutorial. Izuku held up the Ultimatrix, and pressed the two side-mounted buttons. Tutorial 001, he spoke into the dial. A moment later the dial rose and another hologram appeared before them. Glad to see you back, said the same elderly man from before. If you're seeing this message, then this means you've activated the first of 10 tutorial modes. He said, this one is a simple introduction to how the Ultimatrix works, its weaknesses and defense mechanisms. Toshinori and Izuku stopped to listen. Is he wearing one himself? Toshinori asked, seeing a similar device on the man's left wrist. First things first, the hologram said, holding up the device on his own wrist. The Ultimatrix, like any other Omnimatrix, has a time limit of 10 minutes when someone puts it on for the first time, he said, proving Izuku's theory, but that doesn't mean that this limit can't be extended to a longer period of time. With each transformation, and depending on how efficient you perform in combat, the Ultimatrix's AI will decide whether you are ready to have an extended amount of time in any form you choose to fight in. Izuku sighed in relief. That's good to know, he said to the hero. At least I can train to extend my time limit. That'll be important, Toshinori agreed. But staying in an alien form for too long can have some serious side effects on your human body, the hologram went on. For example, the first alien in the Ultimatrix's database that you can use in combat is a being that's known as Fast Track. He has super speed, enhanced strength and reflexes, not to mention that he has an enhanced sense of balance, so it's hard to make him trip unless you're on something slippery, or trying to stop after reaching top speed. But that isn't the only drawback. Fast Track, being a feline-based lifeform, has an aversion to water, which will transfer over to you when you change into him. Typical cat, Toshinori chuckled. Lucky for you that there was no water involved in that fight back there. Yeah, Izuku laughed. But in any form you choose to take, there is a danger to your natural body, the hologram continued, gaining back their attention. Most of the forms you take will be extremely durable thanks to the extreme environments that their DNA samples are taken from. But if they take too much damage, not only will you be forced to change back prematurely, but some of that damage will be transferred to your real body. Even if it's been lessened to a certain extent, it can still be dangerous. As such, included in this tutorial are some items that might be of help to you if there comes a time where you can't use the Ultimatrix, the hologram said, because just like the 10-minute time limit, there is a 10-minute recharge time that takes place. So in that short amount of time, you will be vulnerable during a fight, if the time limit is reached before it's ended. But you should also know that with each use of the Ultimatrix, not only is there a certain point in which the time limit will be extended, but the recharge time will be shortened. And when in life-threatening danger, the Ultimatrix has a defensive feature that recharges the battery instantaneously, allowing you to fight right away if the situation is dire enough. Now, to access the plans for these items, you'll need to speak the code, ProtoX21. The hologram said, you will need to access the next tutorial after your time limit has been extended. Until then, hero. Izuku watched the Ultimatrix go dormant once again as he looked up at his favorite hero. So, I guess I need to start training with this thing so that I can fight for longer periods. Toshinori nodded. Not only that, but we need to have the support item built for you in case you're without the option to transform, he said, taking in the boy's very, very slight physique. And I think we should also start trying to build you up a little, provided your mother will allow it after today's little stunt. Izuku looked at the man with wide, watery eyes. You mean? The man chuckled with a nod of his head. Yes, young Midoriya, I am going to whip this weak little body of yours into shape, and make sure that both you and that fancy watch are ready for UA's entrance exams next February. He grinned at the boy's happy expression. Get ready, you little newbie, 'cause you're about to go through hell. Returning home was quite a loud affair for Izuku when he and Toshinori arrived. The moment he entered his home, his mother, having seen the evening news when she got home, immediately embraced him with a bone-crushing hug that had the number one hero wincing. Izuku, my baby. Inko Midoriya cried with fountains of tears erupting from her eyes. Do you know how worried I was when I saw the news? She demanded as her son squirmed in her arms. And since when could you change into some speedy blue cat? Did you get your quirk? Oh, my baby. Toshinori would have laughed at the scene if his would-be student wasn't turning as blue as Fast Track from his mother's hug. He cleared his throat, bringing her attention to her visitor. Excuse me, ma'am, he said politely, but I think that the three of us need to have a very long, detailed talk about your son's deeds today. The explanation of Izuku's sudden change ended up leading to the boy replaying the message from his tutor explaining how to use the Ultimatrix, as well as the first tutorial he had accessed on the way home. Inko, for her part, seemed calm on the surface, but Izuku knew better than that. The slight trembling in his mother's hands was all the sign he needed. She was terrified. When the hologram finished giving the tutorial, his mother was quiet for a very long time, both Toshinori and Izuku waiting with worry settling over the boy when his mother raised her eyes to her son. Is there any way to remove this thing? She asked. Izuku blinked. I don't think so, he said, having been curious about such a thing himself. He raised his wrist and tried to get the fingers of his left hand underneath the gauntlet. It's pretty much a part of me now, he said as a slightly pained expression came to his face when he couldn't pry the device off. This is gonna make showers really hard. Toshinori thought for a moment. I would assume that this thing is waterproof, kid. He said, this thing has DNA samples from several different alien species from what that hologram told us, and I would almost bet that some of them came from aquatic environments. He reasoned, which Izuku agreed with after a moment of thought. But the man's attention turned to the boy's mother. I would also assume that you're not quite happy about this situation your son has found himself in. Inko looked down at her lap, her fingers clenching tightly into her jeans. I won't lie and tell you both that I'm not worried, she said and looked over to her son. When I saw that it was you on the news, sweetie, I nearly had a heart attack. She sighed, looking more worried than ever, and I know that you've always dreamed of being a hero. But when the doctors told us that you were quirkless, I felt relieved. What? Izuku breathed out. But, Mom, Inko raised her hand to stop him. I know, sweetie, she sighed, I know what you've had to go through. She looked at the blonde man next to her son. I'm sure being a hero agent has let you see just what quirkless people have to put up with at times. More than you realize, Toshinori sighed, as more and more people started gaining quirks. Those without quirks were seen as inferior to those with quirks. He remembered the confrontation between the boy and the young man that he had saved. I take it that the boy you saved from the sludge villain was one of those that took that idea of inferiority to extremes. Inko nodded slowly. Katsuki used to be such a sweet boy, she said. His mother and I are best friends. We grew up together. We both hoped that he and Izuku would be friends as well, but he had a powerful quirk, and your son didn't, the blonde supplied. Typical. I was around the boy for less than a minute and I saw in him the same coldness I see in Endeavor whenever I'm around him. He sighed. He'll make a decent hero, but he'll need to be brought to heel before long. I've tried, Inko said with a small shrug. Mitsuki, his mother, is always harsh when she punishes him, but that doesn't help. He just takes it out on Izuku because he blames him for almost everything that doesn't go his way. Toshinori frowned when she told him that, and the school won't do anything because they see him as a potential prize student since his quirk is so powerful, so they ignore the damage he does in favor of gaining more support. And now that young Midoriya has the power to become a hero, this young Bakugo will increase his violent tendencies, Toshinori reasoned as the woman gave a slow nod while her son just listened quietly. Inko sighed. However, it's not only that, she went on, prompting the man to lean forward. Heroes do such dangerous work, she explained, and my little Izuku is, and always will be, the most important thing in my life. Toshinori nodded in understanding. I can honestly say that I understand why you would worry. Hero work isn't always life-threatening, but it is dangerous work, especially with the way some villains think nowadays. He looked at the boy next to him, but young Midoriya, here, is a fine example of what I expect of heroes in general. He saw the boy beam with pride. He has a strong sense of justice, as well as being sharp as a whip. He chuckled as Inko gave the boy a bit of a prideful smile. I had the chance to actually read through one of those notebooks he carries, so I know for a fact that he's got the skills to be one hell of a detective, too. Oh, no, Izuku moaned in embarrassment, having forgotten about his new prized possession which he would later be sealing in plastic. Inko giggled. He does love analyzing quirks. Toshinori shook his head. It's not just that, Mrs. Midoriya, he said with a small gesture in the boy's direction. His notebook contains such detail about seasoned heroes and their quirks. How they fought, how they used those quirks, and, frighteningly simple ways to take them down. He said, if given enough time, I'm sure he could figure a way to beat even All Might without even taking a scratch. Izuku blushed under such praise coming from the withered hero. That's a bit of a stretch, sir, he said. All Might's strength is way beyond anyone's understanding. Not only is he strong, but that strength is used in several versatile ways that make him way more dangerous than a simple brute, and... Stop nerdin' out, Toshinori shouted in his ear. Inko couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled up when her son yelped. I'm sorry about that, she giggled. He tends to go off into his own little world whenever he starts talking about something that interests him. She said, much to her son's embarrassment, but it is true that I was happy that you couldn't become a hero. She said to her son with a sad smile, you're my beautiful baby boy. I hated hurting you so badly, but knowing that you couldn't do something so dangerous made me happy. But now that you have this thing on your wrist, I can't really stop you, so I'll support you, if this is still what you really want. Izuku held up his wrist, looking at the Ultimatrix, and nodded. It's always been what I wanted, he said. I'm not upset for what you said, Mom, I know you were just worried about me. Things won't be any easier from this point on, young Midoriya, Toshinori said. I wasn't kidding when I said that we needed to build you up so that you can physically defend yourself if your Ultimatrix powers down and takes too long to charge. He thought for a moment. You'll most likely need some form of combat-oriented support gear, but I can send some designs into Power Loader after you get into UA. Inko blinked at him. You really think that he has such a good chance? Toshinori just gave her a wide grin. Mrs. Midoriya, I can honestly say that by the time I'm through with your boy, the hero schools would fight over him. A day after Izuku introduced All Might to his mother, he found himself back at school in the principal's office. Usually the last place he wanted to be. However, a certain hero in disguise was with him dressed in a blue suit and hat. The very picture of someone important. And the principal knew it. The man had sweated bullets the entire time once he found out that Toshinori Yagi was not only an agent from Might Towers, but also the personal contact to All Might himself. Izuku didn't have to say much, except for confirming some of the abuse and neglect that he had been put through during his time at the school. I could close this school, and have every faculty member within these halls fired and blacklisted from ever teaching again. Toshinori had said in complete seriousness. However, this boy has expressed no desire for me to do so, which means that you should all count yourselves exceedingly fortunate. Of course, sir, the principal said with a shrill tremble in his voice. Midoriya has always been an outstanding student even though he lacked a quirk. His grades have been some of the highest we've ever seen. And you'll likely never see the likes of this boy again, Toshinori said as he reached into his dress jacket and pulled out a stack of forms that he had gotten Inko to sign the previous evening. I have here consent forms, signed by the boy's mother, to have him pulled from this school and, for the remainder of the year, have him homeschooled in preparation for the UA entrance exams. He slapped the forms down on the man's desk. All we need, Toshinori said as he laced his fingers together, is your signature. Well, Mr. Yagi, why you see we, the principal began, but he was stopped by a hard glare from the skeletal man. If you're about to say that you feel that he would benefit more from time around your other students, he said, then I must say that you must think that I'm a fool. He said, not only do you allow your students to openly use their quirks in the classroom, but you do nothing to discourage the obscene amount of bullying that this young man has had to put up in his time here. The principal flinched. Toshinori leaned forward, looking the man straight in the eyes, and don't think I haven't heard about your so-called prized student, the man sneered. Did you know that the boy nearly attacked young Midoriya after he saved his life? He demanded of the man as he pointed an accusing finger at him. You probably think that you're raising the next #1 hero, but all you're really doing is giving rise to a potentially deadly villain, or a second endeavor. The only reason I haven't reported his abusiveness to the HPSC is because of this young man's kindness. He reached out and slid the papers forward. Now I suggest you stop stalling and sign this. I have a real hero to teach. A few days later, Dagoba Beach. Hey, it's pretty comfy sitting up here, All Might said in his buff form as he watched his trainee attempting to pull the giant refrigerator he was perched on. You know people move these things every day, and most of them don't even have super strength. Izuku, meanwhile, was straining to pull the machine across the sandy beach that was being used as an illegal dump site. He slipped and fell face first into the sand. He groaned, running the tip of his nose and snorting out sand. Yeah, but they have special equipment to do that, he said before muttering loudly, plus there's an extra 600 pounds with you sitting on top. All Might turned his head shamelessly. Nah, I've lost weight, so I'm down to about 587, at least in this form, anyway. He said with his ever-present grin. Izuku hung his head. Great, that's so helpful, Izuku grumbled snarkily before looking around at the dump. So, why do you have me cleaning up garbage, anyway? All Might pulled out his phone and started taking pictures of the scrawny team. Just look at yourself, you're nowhere near ready for combat training. He said as Izuku stared at him defiantly, not with that wimpy body, anyway. He jumped down flashily and landed next to the fridge. Sure, you could use your Ultimatrix and change into something insanely strong, but what happens when your time runs out and you're stuck being small and skinny for 10 minutes without any power to put behind a punch? He patted the top of the refrigerator before smashing it down into a thin sheet of crushed metal. Now we could also take you to a gym and train you by lifting weights, but doing that will only do so much for your muscles, he went on as the setting sun shone behind him. But doing manual labor such as cleaning this beach will use those very same muscles, and more. He beamed brightly. Plus, I've heard that this stretch of the beach used to be quite beautiful, but unfortunately since the ocean current in this area tends to wash any trash that's made its way into the water up onto this beach, people have taken to using it as an illegal dumping ground since it's usually covered in garbage, and none of the police are able to doing anything about it since they never do any patrolling in this area. So not only will you be working on your muscles, but you will also be doing a bit of everyday hero work while you're at it. Izuku began to see where he was going with all of it when the man smiled at him. You will restore the coastline, and when you're not working on your physique, you will be working on your transformation's time limit. All Might continued, but if you should fall behind in your studies, we will stop, young Midoriya. He said as he pulled a slip of paper from inside his blazer. For that reason, I've got this training schedule written out just for you. From the time you wake up, your meals, studies, training, and your sleeping schedule. Follow this to the letter, and within 10 months, you will be ready to fight in and out of your transformations. Izuku stepped forward to look at the schedule, and frowned. Wow, you've really thought of everything. All Might leaned down. If I'm being totally honest, young Midoriya, this is going to be extremely difficult, he whispered. Are you sure you're up to it? Izuku looked at the Ultimatrix, and nodded. The man that gave this to me said that I could be a hero, and trusted me with it for that purpose. He said and looked up at the man with determination burning in his eyes. Not only that, but you're taking time to help me. I'd be an idiot if I didn't do my best. All Might's eyes gleamed. That's a good answer, young Midoriya, he said. Now let's make sure you're ready for anything. Soon after that, Izuku found out just how much work was expected of him in order to make himself ready to be a student worthy of UA in body. The beach was only part of his routine. All Might had him doing several different exercises from push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, and jogging with weight on his back, whether it was something heavy from the beach dump, or All Might himself. He even had him swimming on the schedule. And when he took breaks from the physical training, he checked out his transformations. While not transforming into any of them yet, he found that he had 10 including Fast Track. Each one more different than the last. Some even looked extremely dangerous, while others looked virtually harmless. When he did transform, All Might had him change into Fast Track in order to get a better handle on the feline speedster's powers and abilities. Within the 10-minute transformation times, All Might tasked Izuku with landing a blow against him, something that he was reluctant to do given the man's grievous injury. However, All Might insisted while assuring him that he could take whatever the boy threw at him. And so Fast Track attempted to punch All Might with all he had during those short matches while a timer clocked him. Days passed by, turning into weeks of the same routine. Clean, exercise, fight, repeat, clean, exercise, fight, home, eat, study, sleep, wake up. Repeat. And the weeks that passed by soon turned into months. Izuku was taking notice of his training, and so was his mother, who noticed just how much her son was changing. By the 6th month of his training, gone was the scrawny little boy he had been, replaced by a fit and strong young man. He had grown at least 2 inches, still slightly short by anyone's standards, but he felt it was a start since he was now taller than his mother. His arms were becoming rippled with new muscle growth, while his chest and abdomen were adorned with well-earned abdominal and pectoral muscles. The beach was becoming cleaner by the day, All Might hauling the garbage to the recycling center in his weakened state each time he had a truck load. Inko would come by from time to time when her job allowed to make sure that he was doing well, sometimes bringing meals for the two of them and chatting while they ate. In those little visits, Toshinori Yagi found out that the Midoriya family was, for lack of a better term, estranged. Inko's husband and the father of her son had not been present in their lives since Izuku was the tender age of 4. Right after he was diagnosed as being quirkless. Even though she was reluctant to make it official, Inko Midoriya was technically divorced, with her husband being away from her for such a long time. When she left them, it was business as usual. Back to physical and combat training. And finally, during the end of the 6th month, Izuku passed the 10-minute mark of his time limit. It was during one of his combat training session when he was trying to land a punch on All Might that the boy had noticed that, while he mentally kept the time, he had blown past 11 minutes. All Might had noticed as well, and was so happy at the sudden change that he forgot to block a kick from the feline alien and took one right on the chin. That day ended up being one that Izuku would happily never forget. Because that evening, with Toshinori and his mother in attendance, Izuku activated the second tutorial. They were all gathered in the living room area when Izuku activated the Ultimatrix, Tutorial 002. Said a nervous-sounding Izuku. The hologram reappeared. If you've come this far, said the now familiar figure, then you've been able to extend the amount of time you can stay in an alien form. The figure nodded. I wasn't sure if anyone had the patience to keep training so hard. He chuckled. I know that I didn't. When I wielded my first Omnitrix, I got by on mostly luck, and the love of my family. Inko had to smile at that because of how much she had begun supporting her son, but now that you have, this tutorial will come as more of a warning. Warning, Toshinori muttered. I'm sure you're wondering what could be so bad about being able to stay in fighting form longer, the hologram said. As I said before, if you're injured in an alien form, some of that damage will transfer over to your original body. He said, however, by staying in alien form longer, you have to keep yourself in check, because some of the DNA signatures that give you your transformations can and will try to overwrite your consciousness, and take over your body for itself, creating a new life form of that particular species. Oh, dear, Inko yelped, this is like that pre-21st century movie. Mom, come on, this isn't Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Izuku said jokingly, though he was secretly hoping he was right. Not to worry, the hologram said, the most dangerous forms that have that capability have been sealed away. The trio breathed a sigh of relief. That being said, the Ultimatrix's AI system will decide from this point on if other transformations are necessary. By now, you've probably noticed that the thing can sometimes seem like it has a mind of its own. Well, it does, in a way. When you're in danger, it can supercharge its batteries so that you can fight longer if it senses that your life will be in danger. It can also decide whether or not to change into something outside of your own choosing. It does this depending on if the choice you make is efficient enough for the task at hand, because if it isn't, the Ultimatrix will override your choice and make one of its own, and you'll find that, providing you know the form's particular skill set, the battle will be that much easier. Now, onto the next bit, the hologram said, there will come a time when, after you've received an upgrade to the Ultimatrix, that the device will allow you to stay in any of the forms indefinitely, change from one form to another at will, without even needing to touch the selection wheel. Izuku beamed, really? That's so cool. The hologram chuckled, I bet you're thinking that's so cool right about now. Izuku smiled bashfully as Toshinori ruffled his hair, but this power. It's not all that it's cracked up to be. When I first achieved it, it went right to my head. And it nearly got someone I cared deeply for killed. The hologram looked somber for a moment, and I lost the ability soon after I achieved it because I was forced to reset the Omnitrix after a villain stole it from me. I barely managed to retrieve it. When I achieved it again, it was well into my adult years. Again, the ability went right back to my head. Not only did I feel the need to take on any threat that arose by myself, even though by that time in my life I had many that supported me in my fight, but I neglected something so very important in my life, my family. For Toshinori, the hologram's words hit home harder than they did with the boy and his mother. Those precious people that had helped me up to that point just became shadows to me. I had no time to spend with them because I was always fighting to save the day like the hero everyone loved and adored. The hologram shook his head. It took a punch in the gut from my younger self to make me see just what a fool I had been in neglecting my family. My grandfather, my son. All of them suffered because I wasn't there. I was off being a glory hound in their eyes, while I just kept telling myself it was all to keep them safe. Nana had the same problem, Toshinori thought, his heart aching at the thought of his former friend and mentor. So this is my warning to you, hero, the hologram went on, don't ever let this power go to your head. Make time for your family as much as you can. And above all else, let people in. I don't care what planet you're on, or what dimension you're in. No one is ever alone. Of that I have no doubt. Izuku felt sad for a moment, thinking that this man, the one that was teaching him from afar, had been left alone after taking up an Omnitrix. Now, for the final part of the tutorial, the hologram said, the Ultimatrix, unlike its predecessors, has an evolutionary feature that, for some of your forms, can temporarily evolve them into a more powerful state. Izuku and Toshinori looked at the figure in interest. First of all, don't think that this feature is perfect. Even if you unlock the portion of the Ultimatrix that allows you to stay in alien form, going into an ultimate form will drain the Ultimatrix, and leave you vulnerable for 20 minutes regardless of how much you've mastered the Ultimatrix. The transformation can last from 5 to 10 minutes depending on which species you choose, but I've locked in one particular form. The man's image disappeared, and was replaced by a tall blue body with black stripes, with an overall rounded body, long arms and legs, and stumped feet. Hero, I'd like you to meet Echo Echo, or Ultimate Echo Echo. The hologram's voice spoke. He was one of my most dangerous transformations. His species can use sound as a weapon. He can also clone himself into 15 separate bodies, making him all the more deadly when all of them are using their power at once. He said as his image appeared again, I've locked him in to be one of your selections because you may need that power in the future, though I hope you never will need to use his more devastating attacks. However, his is a species that can go toe-to-toe with many other races, and in his evolved state, as you'll find out, he is almost unstoppable. Using the evolution feature, however, should be your last resort, the hologram went on. Ultimate Echo should be enough, as I've made certain you can use him without worry of draining the Ultimatrix, but he should also be considered a big gun. He said, to activate the evolution feature, tap the Ultimatrix symbol wherever it is on your chosen form's body. After that, you have 5 minutes before a forced transformation back to a normal human being. I assume you're human, however, if I'm mistake, sorry about that. As a final warning, I repeat on advising caution when using the evolutionary feature. Use it only when you have a dire need. You should also only access the third tutorial after receiving your first upgrade. For now, I would advise accessing the plans for the proto tool from the previous tutorial, and perhaps a vehicle if you're old enough to drive. He gave a short bow of his head. Until next time, hero. The Ultimatrix went silent once more. Izuku sat back with a heavy sigh. He left his family. The boy mumbled, understanding his mother's worries a little more. Now, could being a hero really take me away from my family? Toshinori patted the boy on his shoulder. Not all heroes are like that, he said, but relented a moment later when he thought about his own life. But it can happen. It has. All Might himself has no family to speak of. Parents, a wife, children. He doesn't have any of that. He looked down sadly. Inko reached over and took hold of her son's hand, giving it a squeeze. You won't be like that, she said. You'll be a wonderful hero, and you'll have a family, and you will always have me, my beautiful boy. Izuku smiled at his mother. Thanks, Mom. Toshinori chuckled. Mrs. Midoriya, she looked over at him. If you wouldn't mind, on your next day off, would you and young Midoriya mind accompanying me to UA? UA. The boy's mother blinked. But why? The man shrugged. I believe it's time that Midoriya gained some knowledge of his other forms. He explained, and what better place to do so than at a school for doing just that? He said before rubbing the back of his neck. And, perhaps if the two of you are up to it, we could grab a bite. Inko gained a slight blush to her cheeks while her son just gaped. Did All Might just ask my mom on a date? Izuku and his mother were seated in the backseat of a large black car with Toshinori sitting across from them. The blonde man grinned. You two act like you've never been in the back of a limousine before. He joked. We haven't, both of them said. He chuckled. Relax, he said, when it all comes down to it, it's just a car. Inko muttered as she noticed that there was a spot for a champagne bucket at one end of the seats. A really expensive car. She sighed. You really didn't have to escort us, Mr. Yagi, she said as the man just kept grinning. We could have just taken the train. I know, but I thought that this might be more comfortable for you, Toshinori said. There's a lot of commotion this time of year in preparation for the entrance exams, so the trains would be filled with prospective students wanting to fill out their paperwork ahead of time and get everything they needed to pass the tests. Inko nodded slowly in understanding. Still, though, couldn't you have picked a less conspicuous car? She asked with a hint of embarrassment. This is far too fancy for my tastes. I know how you feel, Toshinori nodded, but I'm afraid that my little truck would feel even less comfortable since we'd all be packed into it like sardines. He chuckled, and this was the only company vehicle I could get on such short notice. Izuku, for his part, was enjoying the ride more than his mother. It wasn't every day that he'd get to feel even just a little important. And to add to the excitement, he was going to the country's top hero school. Toshinori could practically see the energy coming off of him in waves, and gave the boy a small smile. I wouldn't get too excited, young Midoriya, he said, causing the boy to frown a little. We're not going there for a tour of the campus, we're going there so that we can figure out just how powerful these other transformations of yours are. He reminded the boy. Izuku grinned and reached into his bag. Oh, I know, he said and produced one of his famous notebooks, this one looking brand new. I spent a lot of last night going through each of the forms, tutorials, and writing all of them down. His mother looked at him with concern and disapproval written across her face. You were supposed to be asleep, young man. She admonished as her son gained a sheepish look. knowing what you had to do today, you should have known better than to stay up all night writing in your notebooks. And what about your studies? She's right, my boy, I planned your sleep schedule for a reason, he said as he took a closer look at the boy's face, noticing some rather obvious signs now that he knew that the boy had been up late. Wait, you're overworked, he accused the boy. Izuku jumped in his seat. Young Midoriya, Toshinori said as he looked at the boy, that training schedule one made for you was made specifically for a set amount of tasks each day, along with certain amounts of carbs and proteins for you to consume, and certain amounts of sleep. He sounded angry. You've been doing well, but if you start to overwork yourself, then all of the work that you've done up to this point will be for absolutely nothing. Izuku hung his head. I'm sorry, but what, dear? His mother asked. The boy took a shaky breath. I don't just want to do well during the exams, he relented, I want to excel. He looked at the blonde man. I want to be the #1 hero. Toshinori felt a smile twitch at his lips, but he knew that he needed to nip this in the bud before Izuku lost all that he had gained in the last 7 months. I understand that you want to make people's jaws drop, the man said gently, but, kid, if you keep going like this, not only will you be sabotaging all the work you've done up until now, but your health will suffer. He's right, dear, his mother said, your immune system will get weaker the more you do this, which means you could catch something terrible like the flu or pneumonia very easily. She said, her nurse's training kicking in at full force, it could also lead to heart problems, including a heart attack. Toshinori nodded, and the recovery time needed for something like any of those ailments she listed would be weeks, not days. Young Midoriya, he said, so, after we're done here today, you are going to be taking time off from your training, and I'll be adjusting the plan to get you back on track. He said as the boy nodded slowly, and I'll be counting on your mother to tell me if anything seems out of the ordinary with your health from now on. Izuku paled. No need to go that far. Oh, yes there is. Both adults shouted at the boy who became red with embarrassment. The staff of UA were all gathered in the conference room, seated around a large table while at the head of the table was a small white mammal dressed in a fine vest and trousers. This small creature was none other than Nezu, the principal of the entire UA school. I'm glad that all of you managed to attend this meeting this morning, said the little animal. We have some important items to discuss before our special guests arrive. A rather curvaceous woman looked at the principal. Guests. As I understood it, All Might's supposed to be bringing in a young boy with a rather dangerous quirk, isn't he? This woman was Nimari Kayama, better known to the public as the R-rated hero Midnight. All present in the room knew of All Might's condition, and of his search for a successor. Many in the room wondered if the young man he was bringing in was the very person he was looking for. Indeed, said the principal before addressing the other staff members, do you recall the incident 7 months ago concerning a hostage situation which involved a student and a villain with a sludge-based quirk? A rather large, white-haired man with prominent lower canines snorted. I do, he said, that was a complete fiasco. Death Arms and Kamui Woods both had the quirks needed to either subdue the villain or rescue the hostage. He frowned, before his eyes narrowed. Don't tell me that the boy he's bringing in is that blonde-haired kid that was threatening that green-haired speedster. Just the opposite, Seikijiro, the mammal said, the green-haired child is the one he's bringing in. He said as the others started muttering amongst themselves, as you are undoubtedly aware, the boy was able to transform himself into a feline-like speedster, and not only save the hostage, but also capture the villain while keeping collateral damage to the barest minimum, which is quite the feat when we know that the street they were on had already been quite badly damaged by the villain's rampage. And now, because All Might wants to help the boy, we have to allow him to enter this school prematurely, said a shabby-looking man. You know my views on All Might's brand of heroism. So why should we even consider helping this kid before he even takes the exam? Come on, Eraserhead, no need to write the kid off before we even meet him, said a blond man with a loud voice. Besides, he might surprise you. The principal nodded his head, and the only reason that All Might requested that he be brought in was because this boy has such a unique power. He said with a smile on his face, as I understand it, his speedster form is only 1 out of 10, and he has yet to access any of them considering he thinks that they could be dangerous not only to the boy, but to the public as well since the child has never transformed into them. He said before taking a sip of tea, there is also another hurdle that the boy wishes to overcome. His quirk, as I'm told, only lasts for a certain amount of time. A man looking to be made of cement nodded, understandable. Rare as the air, a multi-mutation quirk like that must cause a great deal of strain on the body, and with quirk laws set in the ways that they are, practicing with such a quirk would be next to impossible. How long is he able to access his power? Eraserhead asked. If it's too short of a time window, then this kid has no. 10 minutes, the principal said, gaining an annoyed look from Eraserhead, and a few uncertain looks from the other teachers. Yes, I realize that this window isn't a very large one, but from what I understand, it can be extended as All Might noticed that he was able to stay transformed for a further 5 minutes some weeks ago before setting up this meeting. The boy is hoping to extend his time even further with more training. He's sure gonna need it, said a man in a cowboy-themed costume with a gas mask-like feature over his face. 10, or even 15 minutes is a pretty hard line for a rookie to pass. Nezu nodded his head happily, which is why he needs to experience these other forms he's able to change into. The little mammal said, a quirk such as this is far too versatile for us to pass up an opportunity to train, even if there are a few drawbacks, he said, casting a small glance at the shabby pro. There is, however, something else that concerns me about this visitation. You, concerned about a simple visitation? Said a skinny man with a helmet over his head in the shape of an excavator claw. That's rare. He nodded. Well, it's true that with people like you on the staff, I have very little to worry about other than the public opinion. Nezu said with a hint of joking in his voice, but what concerns me is that All Might has told me that the origin of this child's quirk is known only to a select few, those few being All Might, the child himself, and the child's mother. He glanced around the room. Of course, we will all be made aware of the child's power, however, it was hinted that we should keep it between ourselves for the child's own safety. That raised a red flag for Eraserhead, and do tell, what exactly makes this kid's quirk so special? Other than the fact that multi-mutation quirks are exceedingly rare, and oftentimes quite unstable, I'm not sure, yet, Nezu said. However, I do know that when they arrive, we are to put the boy through his paces. All Might assured me that he could handle it, no matter what the circumstances. Look at it this way. Nemuri grinned as she looked over at Eraserhead. At least you can see if he's going to be worth your time, unlike the start of last year. A collective chuckle arose around the room as they all recalled the previous year when Eraserhead, better known to his students as Shota Aizawa, had expelled an entire class worth of students because he had deemed them all hopeless. Oh, I assure you, Mr. Aizawa will not be allowed to do away with a class the same way that he did in our previous year, Nezu said with a small laugh of his own while Aizawa just fumed. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Aizawa, your teaching methods can be quite efficient. However, expelling an entire class had a very negative effect on our public relations. The media still hasn't stopped giving us grief over the incident. Aizawa looked at him. You said that I could conduct my teaching methods how I saw fit. And I meant what I said. However, please refrain from expelling any students until at least the second month of classes. Nezu pleaded with the man. I say this knowing full well that we have some incredible students coming our way this coming school year. He said as he looked down at a list in front of him. We have 5 students that have qualified for the recommendations test, and the only reason that All Might says that he is not putting in this child's recommendation is that the boy wants to earn his place here. Aizawa frowned. Maybe he's not going to be totally hopeless. He thought, knowing that All Might would have done whatever he could to have the boy accepted into the country's top hero academy. That time limit, though. Now, before we get ready to greet our guests, Nezu went on, there's something I would like to discuss with all of you concerning the upcoming school year. He gestured to the papers in front of him. In front of you you'll find a yellow folder contain an idea I have been meaning to implement for quite some time involving the students, and the substantially large property on which the campus sits. Aizawa was the first to open his folder, a dormitory. You've been talking about this for quite a while, said a man in a black helmet that covered his entire head, a jaw guard attached over his nose and around his jaw, and circular mufflers. You really think that this is the right time? Nezu nodded his head. I do, ectoplasm, he said, a small frown coming to his face. We all have to face the facts, he went on. All Might's time as the symbol of peace, as a hero in general, is drawing to a close. His words drew looks of sadness and concern from the other faculty members. According to Ms. Recovery, All Might can only maintain his quirk for less than 3 hours a day, and that is without straining himself. However, if he pushes himself, that amount of time will lessen and lessen until he can no longer act as a hero. I had heard about his injury, said a feral-looking man in a cream-colored suit. Is there no possible chance for a full recovery? Nezu shook his head. I'm afraid that there isn't. He said sadly, which is why he is limiting his time as an active hero, and coming here to teach the next generation. He brightened, and as such, I felt it necessary to employ dorms, not only to bring about my dream of turning this into a true academy, but to also ensure the safety of our students. Are you talking about outside threats from villains that might want a shot at All Might? Nemuri asked. Yes, I am, Nezu said. These children could easily become targets for those aiming for All Might, considering he would stop at nothing to see the children safely returned should such a crisis ever emerge. He sighed, which is why I think these dormitories would serve as just the right deterrent for keeping the villains at bay and our dear students safe. After their first semester here, only a very powerful villain would dare approach them. Aizawa wasn't so sure. Let's not count our blessings before they're received, the man said. All Might has some extremely powerful enemies, some as strong, if not stronger than he is, like Muscular, or the villain that injured him so badly that he can't do his job properly anymore. He frowned, and if someone like that attacks the school, how many of us here can actually take them on? He asked. My erasure quirk can only do so much. And if whoever potentially attacks us is physically strong without any form of strength-enhancing quirk, then not many of us could tackle someone like that. He said, looking over at Ectoplasm, I still remember the villain that took your legs. Ectoplasm nodded in agreement, and he wasn't near as strong as some of the villains that have surfaced in today's age. He sighed, however, I think a dormitory system is quite a good idea. He relented. Not only will it keep our students moderately safe from lesser villains, but it will promote better relations between future heroes. I agree, said the cement-like man, just say the word, and I'll have them built in no time at all. The room was a loud chorus of agreement as the mammal smiled. Thank you all, he said before he checked his watch. Now, I do believe our guests should be arriving at the gates in just a few moments. He said in a cheery tone, All Might has asked that heroes Vlad King, Cementos, and Present might be on hand for the tests. Mr. Aizawa and I will be observing. Aizawa sighed, why me? Nezu smiled at him. Because this boy will most likely be placed in your class, the principal said with the man's eye twitching in annoyance, and since you judge those on how capable they are, I would like you to see just what he can do since I don't want him getting the worst of your hazing process. Training Ground Beta, Faux City. Whoa, Izuku breathed out as he stood outside the gates of Training Ground Beta. This place is a training area. Toshinori chuckled. That's right, he said as he patted the boy's back. The property that the UA campus sits on is several hundred acres in size, which gives the staff quite a lot of room for their training regiments. You know the school's motto. Go beyond, Izuku recited happily, plus ultra. He nodded as the gates of the city opened up. That's right, and the staff here certainly know how to go plus ultra. He said, now, I have the notebook with all your information in it, so your mother and I will be observing you and your opponents from a special room nearby. He smiled as the boy's face fell. Now, don't you worry, all the staff here want to do is help you find out what your other forms can do. And we have recovery girls standing by just in case things go overboard. Izuku faltered, for me or for them? Toshinori just winked at him. Depends on how things turn out, doesn't it? He said as he gave the boy a light nudge toward the gates. Now go out there and make us proud, young Midoriya. The man turned and left the area then, leaving Izuku to enter the Faux City alone. Swallowing down his nerves, he strode forward, allowing the gates to close behind him. As they closed with a final slam, an overhead voice called out, Mr. Midoriya, this is the principal speaking right now. The voice said, we'll be taking things slow, so you may proceed to choose whatever form you wish to change into. We'll go from there. Izuku nodded and decided it was best to start it with the second alien on the roster. I've been wanting to try this guy out for a while. Anyway, he said as he made the selection, and slammed the dial down. The green flash erupted, Izuku's body changing in an instant, leaving behind a red, mollusk-like alien with green eyes, and a gray mouth. Behind his legs and on the top of his arms are small spikes that are gray. There are black spots on his shoulders and legs, and on his hands, there are portholes. He now had 4 fingers with claws on them, and on both of his feet was a gray spike. His lower torso was gray, with 2 spikes on the side of it. Water hazard, he called out. Without a second thought, he moved into the city. Up in the observation room, Toshinori had made it just in time to see water hazard moving around the buildings. Have the others started moving yet? He asked as he joined Inko in a seat next to her. The mother looked very worried as she watched her son moving around. No, not yet, but I hope they won't do anything too dangerous. She blubbered while holding a tissue to her face. Next to the pair sat Recovery Girl, a short, elderly woman that looked like a kind grandmotherly figure holding a cane that looked like a syringe. Not to worry, dearie, those hoodlums know exactly what's waiting for them if they rough the boy up too much, she said while tapping her cane against the floor. But from what I've read in the boy's notebook, this form is quite formidable. Number 2 Water hazard. This oversized crustacean's armor is so tough that it makes him invulnerable to all but the strongest of attacks. He can easily lift a small car, and the portholes on his palms can shoot our highly pressurized jets of water while also being able to manipulate water to his will in any shape he wants. But don't get him too hot or cold because you'll have yourself a broiled lobster or a frozen crab cake. As Recovery Girl said this, it seemed as though Izuku was blasted by a wave of sound. Oh, my, Inko squeaked. Gotta be present, Mike, Toshinori said as Izuku tried to shield himself from the sound, but straightened up a moment later. Looks like sound doesn't affect this form too much. Recovery Girl nodded while she read the notes on this particular form. Extreme heat and sub-zero temperatures seem to be his only weakness aside from the note he's written about unconsciously expelling strong jets of water when he's thrown, she said with a smile as Water Hazard soon found present Mike and blasted him with a watery whip. Geez, kid, ya could have warned me. The blonde shouted loudly as he waved his arms, slinging excess water off in waves. This is my favorite jacket. Water Hazard's head tilted to the side. Why wear a favorite piece of clothing if you know you're going into a fight and it may get ruined? The crustacean Orishan asked, though normally Izuku knew that he would be down on his knees apologizing for the act. Transforming into different forms seemed to have an affect on his personality. He does have a point, Mr. Yamada, Nezu's voice called out mockingly. If you truly like that jacket so much, then you should have the support course make a few copies of it for your work as a hero. Present Mike grumbled, but held a grin on his face for the transformed team. That was quick work, kiddo, he said. I could tell you were holding back on the pressure those water cannons of yours can put out. Water Hazard nodded. Of course, sir, the teen said holding up his claw-like hands. With enough pressure behind it, a jet of water can easily cut through stone and damage steel. The Orishan shook his head. There was no possible way that I would use full power on an opponent that was without any type of armor. Aizawa listened in with approval, knowing when and when not use excessive force. He nodded, smart. Though it would have been best to use a stronger attack considering he going into a fight blind and didn't know his opponent's capabilities. Toshinori overheard this, but he does know Mike's capabilities. He told the man, young Midoriya has made it a very passionate hobby of his to analyze, break down, and find the applications and weaknesses of any quirk he comes across. Inko nodded somewhat proudly. Yes, he spent an entire week figuring out Mr. Mike's quirk. Aizawa's brow rose. It took a 14-year-old a solid week to break down Mike's quirk. The woman giggled and beamed with pride. Oh, no, sir, not when he was 14, when he was 4. Inko corrected him, shocking the teacher while prompting a cackling laugh from Recovery Girl. You see, he's spent most of his life doing this. And he absolutely loves seeing new quirks to analyze. Recovery Girl was still laughing at the scruffy teacher. Sounds to me like he has a bright, sharp mind. Inko smiled in thanks as she saw Izuku turn himself back into himself. Ah, I'd forgotten he could do that, she said as she remembered how Izuku could change himself back to normal by tapping the hourglass symbol on whatever form he chose. Nezu smiled and spoke into the mic. Well done, Mr. Midoriya, he said. Please move on to the next area 3 blocks over and choose your next form. He said before adding, you will be facing Vlad King, next. Izuku, however, was too busy geeking out as his normal self asking for an autograph from present Mike. However, after Mike did so with a huge smile on his face, the boy was on his way. Vlad King, the boy thought for a moment as he rifled through his selection wheel. His quirk lets him manipulate his own blood without the threat of anemia, so a drawn-out fight is a no-go. He started muttering as he selected the 8th form on the wheel, which means I should do this even quicker than with present Mike. He slammed the dial down, reappearing as a tall, thin blue figure with a hood and cloak over himself. Big Chill. Inko yelped upon seeing the next form. What a creepy-looking bug. She was not overly fond of insects by any sense. Bug, Toshinori asked as he watched the boy unfold 4 large moth-like wings. Ah, now I see, this is Big Chill. Recovery Girl nodded. First it was a water-based form, she said, speaking of water hazard. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this form is ice-based. He certainly seems to have a well-rounded roster of mutations to change into, Nezu said, looking at Toshinori, though I have to wonder why we haven't seen any adverse effects from the constant flux in his body. Toshinori shook his head. Better to let the tests finish before we get into any of that, he said as Big Chill flew to his next destination. Number 8 Big Chill. This alien Mothman has the power to freeze anything he breathes on. He can even freeze steel to the breaking point. He can also turn himself intangible and phase through solid objects and turn them into popsicles. But no need for a bug zapper for this mega moth because high-pitched noises can put him down faster than a can of Raid. Vlad was waiting for Izuku when he saw the blue moth coming toward him. That's him. He wondered to himself as he got ready for the fight ahead. He called out, all right, kid, show me what you got. Before the fight could even officially begin, Big Chill breathed out a blast of air so good that it froze the street, and Vlad with it. You've gotta be BBKK kid DD ding me. He growled through his chattering teeth. Big Chill laughed before he tapped the symbol on his chest, forgetting he was flying. Which meant Izuku was sent plummeting to the ground. Luckily for him that it was a short fall. Unseen by the young boy, both his mother and Toshinori covered their faces in embarrassment. Izuku, having landed on his butt, picked himself up from the ground, shivering from the cold air he had brought. Sorry, Mr. King, sir, the boy chattered out. I thought I should probably do another long-range attack like before since I know you favor close-ranged combat with your quirk. Grunting, Vlad managed to break himself out of the ice. Don't apologize, kid, that was a good call. Close combat is my preferred style. So taking me out before I could get close was the right move. Just like what you did with Mike, long range can be just as effective as close-range combat in neutralizing a villain. He's quite right, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said over the overhead speakers. And I, for one, think that you're doing a marvelous job. The principal said in a jovial tone. However, for the next display, I'd like you to choose one of your more powerful forms for a show of force if you wouldn't mind. The mammal said, Cementos will be waiting for you, but do please be careful not to attack him on sight as you have been. Izuku grinned bashfully, right before asking for Vlad's autograph. Seeing the boy getting his notebook signed again made a certain scruffy teacher groan. Does that kid ask heroes for their autograph every time he sees one? Aizawa asked with one eye twitching violently. Inko giggled. Just about. She said, don't be surprised if he asks for your, Mr. Aizawa. You're one of his favorites. That made Aizawa soften up. But only just a little. When Izuku moved into the next area it was to find a friendly Cementos waiting for him. Hello there, Mr. Midoriya, he said in a jovial tone. I see you've yet to choose another form. May I ask why? Izuku was trying to remain calm, though he was resisting the urge to bring out his notebook for another autograph. Well, sir, Nezu said that I wasn't supposed to attack you right off the bat like I did with Vlad King and present Mike, but you also wanted to see a large show of power, so I figured I'd him show what's supposed to be my last resort. But I really don't want to use it on a person. The boy said. Cementos cocked his head. Is there a particular reason why you'd hesitate to use that form on a person? Izuku nodded. Yes, sir, because it's like a steroid beefed up version of present Mike, and uses sound to really dangerous levels. I see, Cementos said with a nod of understanding. Let's do it this way, then. He turned toward one of the streets. He then knelt down and placed his hands against the concrete, causing 5 10-foot-tall concrete walls to rise up in front of them. There, this should suffice. He turned to the young man. Now, then, you may change into the next form, and to avoid the potential danger of its powers, you may use that form's powers on these walls. Each one is 10 feet thick, so it should be more than enough to show how powerful the form is. He turned to where he knew a camera was sitting. Will that suffice, Principal Nezu? I believe that it will, Cementos. Nezu's voice announced. With Mr. Midoriya's powers unknown to us, it was very thoughtful on his part to bring this to our attention. He said, his praise making the boy in question blush. Now then, if your concerns have been put to rest, please proceed with the test. I am quite excited to see this last form. Izuku nodded and activated his Ultimatrix for the 3rd time, hoping he had enough energy left for the transformation, and slammed it down when he found the right alien. Cementos was momentarily blinded by the flash of green as the teen was replaced by a tall robotic figure that had a blue body with black stripes, overall rounded design, long arms and legs, and stumped feet. Ultimate Echo Echo, he said in a stylized, robotic voice. The robot-like teen walked over in front of the concrete walls. Please step back, Mr. Cementos. The evolved Sonorosian said, this will be extremely dangerous and I do not want you to get caught in the blast radius. Cementos did as he was advised while the teen readied himself. Ultimate Echo Echo then took a small disc from his body and let it float forward. By that time Vlad and Mike had arrived to watch the teen's last test. Both of them stood next to Cementos waiting. They did not have to wait long, nor were they disappointed with the result. The disc that Ultimate Echo Echo had dispatched emitted the highest pitch keen possible. A tangible sound wave was produced, flying directly toward the concrete walls. When it struck, the concrete did not shatter. It crumbled, one after the other until all 5 walls were nothing but dust. Present Mike's jaw dropped. Not even he could scream like that. Number 3 Ultimate Echo Echo. This supersonic alien is one of the most dangerous aliens in the Ultimatrix's base roster. Because his skin is made from a type of bio-organic metal, he is strong and durable, making him a veritable tank, and he can survive in the vacuum of space. His body is covered in discs that he can deploy at will to produce sound waves from any direction, and they multiply. But having metal skin can have its disadvantages if he gets too close to a magnet, or if someone electrifies him. Meanwhile, the speakers leading into the observation room were completely blown out in an instant while the camera's lens were shattered. Nezu, being an animal, had to hold his ears when the sound reached him. My word. Yow! Toshinori yelped from the short, high-pitched screech from the speakers before the blew up while Inko screamed. Even the monitors in the observation room cracked from the sound produced by the transformed teen's attack. Recovery Girl was quick to help Nezu and his damaged ears while laughing. I hope that this proves just what that young man is capable of. Aizawa, meanwhile, had a huge frown on his face. This kid is dangerous. Conference room. That was the most humbling experience I've ever had in my entire career as a hero, Cementos said as the teacher had returned to the conference room after the tests. I can say without doubt that Mr. Midoriya would make an absolutely excellent hero given how intelligent he is. Vlad nodded, or he could make a tremendously terrifying villain. Toshinori didn't like the sound of that. I don't think that boy could ever fall that far, he said protectively. He's too kind, for one thing. He held back in all but one of the 3 tests. And that 3rd form he used really could have killed someone if he'd used it sooner. I agree on both points, Nezu said, his ears no longer ringing thanks to Recovery Girl. He looked over to Toshinori with an approving smile. He conducted himself quite well for someone with the bare minimum of training. The man chuckled. He's more than capable in hand-to-hand combat, he said. I trained him personally. Aizawa sighed. How he conducted himself isn't the issue here. The teachers all turned to him. That kid is dangerous. Is that the reason you wanted to keep it a secret, All Might? The blonde man frowned. In a way, yes, but not for the reasons you're thinking, Aizawa, he sighed. First of all, I think it's time I tell you how young Midoriya acquired his powers. These scars are quite bad, young man. Recovery Girl noted with some distress in her voice. While the teachers were talking over the young verdette's supposed quirk, the boy in question was being looked over by the school nurse after his mother had asked her to do so. However, the boy had been very reluctant to remove his shirt because of the scars that dotted his body. Battle scars due to his long years of physical abuse at the hands of bullies. The fact that her son had been overworking himself was bad enough, but being reminded of her son's treatment almost made the woman cry. Are you sure that nothing else seems out of the ordinary with him? She asked the elderly school nurse. The signs of overwork are really clear now that Mr. Yagi brought them up, and Recovery Girl came over and patted the woman's hand. There, dearie, apart from these scars, the boy's perfectly fine, she said with a kind tone in her voice before promptly swinging her cane at the boy, who ducked with a startled yelp. And you, young man, should ashamed of yourself for worrying you mother so much. Honestly, the routine that blonde oaf has you going through is one that is meant for those with strength augmentation quirks. What was he thinking? Izuku grinned a little sheepishly. Well, I'm sure he had my best interest at heart. He stammered, attempting to defend the withered hero. Recovery Girl huffed. He may mean well, boy, but he has no clue of what to do with a child like you. She ranted while she waved her cane menacingly. Yes, he has a license as a fitness trainer, and he's formerly a hero, but to think he would have you doing such strenuous work is folly, and you thinking that you aren't doing enough is even worse. He ducked under another swing. Honestly, my dear boy, you're already more than fit enough, by hero standards and by quirkless standards. Inko looked at the older woman. Really? Yes, she nodded. I thought you would know considering you work as a nurse. Inko flushed with embarrassment. Oh, well, I only deal with children, younger children, she said in a slightly longing tone. In truth, she was sad that she and Hisashi, her husband, had never had any other children. At least Izuku wouldn't have grown up virtually alone. Of course, that hadn't happened. But she had found that she was physically incapable of successfully having another child. And her husband had soon started working longer hours at work, and taking more time away from home. I suppose I should go ahead and push for that divorce, she thought to herself while Recovery Girl continued her examination of her son. It's true, he's a tad wiry for a boy his age, but he's quite well off with his muscle structure, so I suppose that Oaf had it right in a few places, she said as she checked his reflexes, but I'm surprised that I can't find anything out of the ordinary with you considering I watched you change into 3 different mutations. She then frowned at the green gauntlet on his right arm, and this device on your arm, she remarked, making the boy jump a little. It seems to be completely fused with your skin on a molecular level. Almost as if it's a natural part of your body. It's how he accesses his quirk, his mother supplied before the boy could panic. I'm not sure why it was so late in coming, but it suddenly grew on his body before we knew what was happening. Recovery Girl hummed in thought. Did it now? She said, giving the woman a very calculating look that had Inko sweating a little. Well, it's not the first time that a child's been misdiagnosed as quirkless. That outdated toe joint test is ridiculous to begin with. She grumbled huffily, but I imagine that your sudden change in appearance was quite a shock. She said to the boy as he smiled and gave her a shaky nod. Either way, dear, you're in perfect health save for the obvious fatigue from doing the extra work. She looked back to Inko. I'm sure that blonde oaf has already thought of this, but once you're done here, let him rest for a few days, and make sure his meals are balanced. Oh, I'm sure some light exercises will be fine, she added when Izuku looked ready to protest, but no, and I mean absolutely no heavy lifting. She warned him. Izuku chuckled with small nod. Yes, ma'am. She then gave the boy a handful of gummies infused with her quirk energy before giving him the go-ahead to get dressed and meet back up with young Midoriya. Speak of the devil. Toshinori poked his head into the room just as Izuku was buttoning his shirt. Ah, all done I see, he smiled before looking at Recovery Girl. I hope he wasn't too fatigued. Recovery Girl shook her head. No, but it could have been bad if you hadn't caught it when you did, she said, then walloped him in the side of his leg with her cane. That's for pushing the boy so hard, you oaf. Ow. Toshinori was hopping up and down on his other leg while clutching the other as Inko fretted over him while Izuku could only sympathize. Oh, dear, Toshi. Inko yelped as she tried to help the man. Toshinori just grinned and waved off her concerns, and not to worry, Inko, I'm quite used to being smacked around, he chuckled, especially by cranky old. He ducked his head into his suit like a turtle when Recovery Girl took a swipe at his head. Biddies. I'll show you in who's old biddy. Recovery Girl shouted as the man made his escape before she could use the sharp end of her syringe cane. Young Midoriya, I'll be waiting for you in the conference room. Toshinori shouted out as he fled. Izuku just laughed at the man's antics while Recovery Girl fumed. Honestly, that man needs to act his age, she said before she rounded on the laughing boy, and don't you go taking after his behavior, young man. Izuku held up his hands. No ma'am, I won't, he laughed while his mother just frowned at him. Hey, seriously, I won't. Well, dear, you do tend to stick up for him a lot, Inko reminded him. Her son just shrugged. I won't lie and say that I don't like having him around. He looked at his mother with a small smile. Besides, you like him, too. Izuku. Inko blushed beet red. The old nurse chuckled. Oh, Toshinori is a good man, dear, I'll readily admit that. She said much to the woman's utter embarrassment, but she'd have her hands full with his immature side. Izuku finished dressing and headed for the door. If she can put up with me, and Auntie Mitsuki, she can put up with anyone, he said before kissing his mother on the head and ducking out of the room. See you in a bit, Mom. Inko palmed her forehead and sank down to one of the beds in the room. Ever since that man made a remark about us grabbing a bite together, that boy. He wants you to be happy, dearie, Recovery Girl said with a smile on her face. Don't get me wrong, I can understand your hesitation. You've only known the man for a few months after all. Inko shook her head. Oh, it isn't that, she sighed. I'm a married woman. But I'm sure I'm deluding myself into thinking that my husband will just walk through our door and everything will be just like it used to be. She sighed. How long now? She asked in reference to their separation. Inko sighed. Almost 11 years, now. She said. His company needed him to move overseas, and, well, without even asking if we'd be alright with it, he packed up and left. Recovery Girl huffed. Well, now, that sounds like an easy out if ever I heard one. She said as the woman could only nod in agreement. Did he even consider bringing you and your son along? He didn't even mention it. She shook her head, and I was fine with it. She smiled a little. I had my beautiful little boy, and that's all I really needed. Recovery Girl frowned. You do know that he's not a baby. I know, Inko sighed, and that's why it's been harder. He's wanted to be a hero for so long, and now that he might get his chance. She felt a hand on her knee, and saw Recovery Girl looking at her with a bit of concern. Inko, my dear, I think you should see a therapist. Inko blinked. Why? Because you have autophobia. The nurse looked at the older woman in shock. It's clear as day to me, Ms. Midoriya. Just like I can see some form of PTSD in your son. Inko bit her lip. She knew all about her son's issues because of his former friend. But she was hoping that that would change now, and soon. Do you really think that Yes. Recovery Girl nodded. It's not a severe case, but you most certainly have fear of being abandoned thanks to that husband of yours. She said as she patted the woman's knee. I won't force you into anything, but Mr. Inui, our hound dog, is very good at his job, and he does take on cases from students' parents. Inko teared up a little. You're saying that Izuku's already going to be enrolled? Oh, I know for a fact that if Nezu has his way, that boy is going to be one of the next big three of this school. Recovery Girl chuckled. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Both women jumped when a body came tumbling from the ceiling as a young blonde boy bounced off one of the beds and crashed onto the floor with a yelp and a groan. The older woman chuckled. Speak of the devil, and the devil is what you'll get. She smiled as she moved to check on the boy. Fall asleep in class again, Mirio, dear. The now named Mirio just looked up with a huge grin on his face. Ha ha ha, what can I say? Classical literature is so boring. Inko, however, had a neon red blush on her face. Dear Lord, he's naked. Izuku's presence in the conference room was needed for the very simple fact that Toshinori had shared the origin of his quirk. And so, as he had done with his mother, he played back the messages left by his mentor, including both tutorials. Nezu found the entire presentation fascinating, to think that the multiverse theory was correct all along. The little mammal laughed happily. All of those different Earths out there, and they're only a small distance away through the proper technological advancements. Power Loader was drooling over the schematics that Izuku had pulled up for the support gear that the Ultimatrix had come with. Any of this would be 10, no 20 times more advanced than anything currently on the market. He said as he hurriedly drew out physical copies to use for later, for Izuku's benefits, of course. Are we really saying we believe this? Aizawa, always the skeptic, demanded. Nimari looked at him. Well, how else would you explain this? She asked as she gestured to the boy. Those forms he took on during the tests were like nothing I've ever seen, and no technology exists that physically alters the DNA so completely, in less than a second, without consequences to the one being altered as this thing has done to Mr. Midoriya. Sekijiro-kan nodded in agreement. As much as I disbelieve this multiverse nonsense, she does have a point. He looked over at Izuku. If this young man is continually altering his DNA in quick succession as he has been, there should have been signs of damage to his genetic structure. We'd be able to see it on the surface. But there's nothing wrong with him. Izuku chuckled bashfully. A lot of people would argue against that, Mr. Vlad, sir. Nezu gave the boy a kind smile. No one is saying anything of the sort, young man, he said, though you have to admit, even with the proof we've seen, this is quite something. He said giddily, but I for one cannot wait for you to join this school's ranks this coming February. I have no doubt that you will pass every test we throw at you, and even if Aizawa doesn't want you in his class, I can easily place you in another hero course class. This is simply too amazing to pass up. Aizawa frowned at the mammal, then turned his gaze on the boy, who yelped under his glare. Tell me something, he said. What do you intend to do if a situation arises where you can't use that fancy gadget of yours to fight? Izuku thought for a moment. Well, sir, if I'm able to, I'd like to have some combat-oriented support gear made for me, like the proto-tool that Mr. Power Loader is drawing out. It's an all-around type of non-lethal weapon that functions as a stun rifle, net gun, bow, harpoon gun and even a shield. He said, as for combat, if I can't get the proto-tool made, then I'd work on a form of martial arts centered around quickly taking down an opponent with little harm to either party. He has you there. Eraserhead, Present Mike said with huge grin. Come on, give the little listener a break, will ya? Aizawa turned to the man with a red glow in his eyes. I don't give breaks. Izuku hesitated for a moment before speaking up. You sir. Aizawa turned on him. Eep. Oh, I was just, wondering, why you seem to hate me. The room grew very still, all eyes turning on the scruffy-looking man as if he'd just nonchalantly kicked a puppy. Is it be because I'm, well, basically queer quirkless? No one here has ever discriminated against someone that doesn't have a quirk. Nezu stood up quite angrily as his fur seemed to stand on end, and if any ever did, then they would quickly find themselves unemployed. Aizawa frowned before taking a deep breath and explaining, I don't hate you, kid, nothing like that, he said, the boy looking at him expectantly. Your power, whatever you want to call it, has an impractical limit on it, and I highly doubt that you can achieve anything further than you already have by the start of the examinations. It would be irrational to accept you. But my time limit's getting smaller each time I use the Ultimatrix, Izuku said in an attempt to reason with him, and so is the recharge time. I only need 5 minutes to chop. And a multitude of mayhem cannon will happen in those 5 minutes, Aizawa interrupted, causing the boy to cower, but that doesn't mean I don't see the potential behind what you're wielding. It could be very useful in a fight, but you have to look at it the same way you would a quirk. The pros and the cons. The pros, as we've all seen, is that you can change into powerful mutants. Aliens, sir, Izuku corrected. And those aliens can easily take down seasoned pro heroes, he said, and you seem to have very a keen intellect. I could see that when I read your notes on quirks and their applications. The cons. He raised his brow. You lack a spine, kid. Oh, ouch. Present Mike hissed in mock pain. Kick a guy in the nuts much. Aizawa shrugged. It may be a low blow, but it's no less true when you look at him. He gestured to the boy's posture. If I had to guess, I'd say that he got bullied, a lot, because he was, or rather is, quirkless. Toshinori nodded. I can confirm that, he sighed, looking at the principal. Nezu, I'd like to talk to you about that, later, if you have the time. Of course, Nezu nodded. Back to the topic, Aizawa said, looking at Izuku, a hero needs a lot more than a fancy quirk. They need the right mental state. It's a hard combination to create. He said, a good mental fortitude, that way you can make hard, split-second decisions. He said, you've got the right mind, but your mental state is a mess. Izuku nodded, conceding the point. You also need to be able to fight, just as you mentioned earlier, which you, outside of your alien forms, can't. He can learn. Cementos put in, you weren't all that great in a fight when you were a student. But I knew how to handle myself, Aizawa reasoned, and, cruel as it is to say, this kid can't, yet, and he's gonna need a lot more than 3 months to gain the experience he needs. He said, and finally, you do need something up your sleeve that guarantees a win. Whether it's a piece of tech, an ultimate move, or even guile. You have that in the Ultimatrix, and your tech, if you can have it made. But mentally, you don't have any guile. Izuku felt his world starting to implode. Now hold on just a minute, Nezu said, I think I have a way to fix all of that you just listed off. Really? Izuku perked up. Nezu nodded. Indeed, while a bit unorthodox, it isn't unheard of for a young man such as yourself to be placed with a pro hero to gain some experience with their quirk if it manifested exceedingly late. Which is what we're going to put on your quirk registration papers. Izuku's face lit up as Aizawa's face twitched. Are you seriously suggesting an internship? Nezu smiled, and I believe I know just the person to recommend him to. The mammal turned to Toshinori. Are you, perhaps, still on bad terms with? Oh, no. Toshinori crossed his arms. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. The blonde shouted. I do not want to talk to that guy. Present Mike just grinned. Personal feelings getting in the way there, emo might. Toshinori just gave the man a look. Give me a break, Mike. Izuku looked at the three of them. Mr. Nezu. Yes, young man. Who exactly are you talking about? The boy asked. Nezu simply smiled widely. Why, All Might's former partner, Sir Night-Eye, of course. The mammal said, as I'm sure you know, he's a former sidekick of All Might, and went on to found a very successful career as a hero and a detective. He also likes to unnecessarily browbeat people he doesn't like. Toshinori grumbled. I have my reasons, Nezu, but the man isn't suited for young Midoriya's needs. Aizawa frowned. I happen to think that Night-Eye would have a positive effect on him, the shabby teacher said, but I don't support the idea of sending this untrained kid into a hero agency just so you can make him ready for our classes. He looked at the principal. That's blatant favoritism. And that was something Izuku wanted nothing of. Is it really necessary for me to do this? Nezu shook his head. You misunderstand, he said. While Sir Night-Eye would be a very fine hero for you to learn from, the person I want you to form an attachment to is his apprentice. The teachers all turned to look at him. At the beginning of the second-year internships, Night-Eye approached one of our students, a very nice young man that shares many traits with you, All Might. That right there raised a red flag with the blonde man, shares traits with me. He must have been training a new wielder for One for All. The man thought bitterly. Nimori giggled. Are you talking about Tagata? I am. Nezu nodded. He may not have the best grades out of any of our students, but he is no less outstanding enough in our school to be one of the big three, as they've been called. At our school, those with the best skills are considered amongst the top of the hero courses. Khan explained to Izuku. Each year has them, but this young man along with 2 of his classmates have retained that title throughout their time here. Nezu nodded. And this internship with Night-Eye has only made Tagata that much better of a person, he said with a small look at the boy. I'm hoping that you'll take some of the energy that comes off of him and build up your own confidence in that regard. Toshinori grumbled, if Night Eye doesn't think he's trying to leech off of him. Professor Paradox, in his home between dimensions, was doing as he always did whenever he had more time on his hands than he knew what to do with, watching the timelines as they wove together. On one side, he watched the dimension of his dear friend, Benjamin Tennyson. The man had been fighting evil since he was 10 years old, and now, well over 60 years after receiving his first Omnitrix, he was finally ready to rest. Vilgax's cancer had ravaged his body for the last 10 years of his life. Even though he kept himself healthy and fit, there was no defeating the disease. True, the cure for the cancer would have been found a further 10 years into his friend's future. However, as much as the professor wanted to, the laws of time would not allow him to simply acquire the cure for his friend. There were things that even the Celestial Sapiens would not allow. Taking the Ultimatrix into another dimension was just barely on the border of what they would allow. Still, Benjamin had led a full, wonderful life with those that he loved by his side. His wife, son, godson, cousin, best friend and brother in bond. Outside of the hospital he was breathing his last were the people, both terrestrial and extraterrestrial, waiting for the inevitable. Ben 10 would pass from his world surrounded by love. Both his son, Kenny, and his godson, Delvin, would continue his work through their own Omnitrixes. His legacy was sealed in stone. Meanwhile, as he looked into the future of Earth Omega, he saw a diverging set of lines. When looking through time, Professor Paradox found that the color of the lines changed from black to gold when one line led to something bleak, or to something bright and hopeful. A black line meant a bleak future while a golden line meant that the future would be peaceful. However, the two lines for Earth Omega's future seemed oddly colorful. True, one of the lines was pure black, meaning that one line was leading to a truly dark future. But the other line was bronze in color. It was a color he had seen rarely, but he had seen it before. It was a line that proved to be both dark and bright. Earth Omega was in for a rough future. One way or the other. He decided that he would look into the darkest future first. He stepped through time. The man sighed as he stepped out into a ruined street. A bleak future indeed, he said as he stepped over to a ruined statue that was once an image of the world's hero, All Might. All around him were buildings in ruin, toppled by blows of great force. All around he could hear the distant shouts and screams of those in need, yet he could not hear anyone coming to their aid. This, he knew, was the future in which Izuku would receive All Might's quirk. A future that was shrouded in darkness. It seemed to him that the right decision was to give the boy the Ultimatrix after all. Yes, he was certain of that. Because he knew that when the boy unlocked the full potential of the device, many lives would be changed for the greater good. Many of those that were beyond redemption would be saved. He smiled, and opened a portal to the brighter future, intent on seeing where it led. Subsequently, Izuku was sent home along with his mother after the meeting with the faculty of UA Academy. Toshinori did not join them as they had hoped, the blonde man still arguing over the internship that Nezu wanted to put him into. However, his mother was not so thrilled with the idea either. It was later that the boy found out that his mother had decided to start taking therapy sessions at UA for reasons that she wouldn't tell him, simply asking for his trust. As Recovery Girl had instructed, he rested for the remainder of the day. However, when morning came, he was at it again. He left a note for his mother telling her that he was going down to the beach to do a little more cleaning. He had no intention of doing any heavy lifting, though. In his arsenal of oddly powerful aliens was one that he had been wanting desperately to try since he found out what the creature did. He wasn't sure that the support course could create the proto-tool that he needed, but he was certain that this new form could. However, when he got down to the beach, he found that he wasn't alone. If it were anyone else, he would have been fine. If it had been an adult woman, he would have been fine. However, the person that was at Dagoba Beach, rummaging around through the many piles of garbage, was a girl. A very filthy, very cute girl right around his age. He was hesitant to do anything except watch what she was doing. She was up to her elbows in trash, looking through the various appliances and even old vehicle parts that had been left at the beach. Behind her were several milk crates worth of parts she seemed to have scavenged. And just to be clear, she was extremely cute. Thick, pink hair, golden eyes that looked like they had some kind of crosshairs as pupils. Normally, he wouldn't be the type to ogle a girl's body, but this particular girl made that impossible by the way she was dressed. From the waist up, where she was wearing a set of coveralls with the upper portion open and tied around her waist, she wore nothing, absolutely nothing but a sports bra. And it left very little to his imagination. On top of her head was a set of goggles while her hands were covered by a thick pair of welding gloves. Due to his experience with girls, and much of it being rather unpleasant, he probably would have just stood there and waited for her to leave on her own, but Murphy's Law decided that that wasn't good enough when the boy saw the pile she was rummaging through begin to lean. Watch out! Without even thinking about it, he dialed in on fast track and transformed. The feline alien blurred across the sand and snatched the girl up right as the pile of garbage fell and crashed to the ground where she had been a moment before. Fast Track looked down at the girl in his arms, who was blinking owlishly up at him, right before a huge grin spread across her face. Hey, thanks. She grinned. That would have been super painful if you hadn't grabbed me. She said before she gained a slight blush, but, ya mind. She pointed toward her chest, kinda tickling me here, Mr. Furry. Fast Track looked down and, shockingly, turned completely white when he saw that his left hand was squished into her body. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. The feline yelped as he took his hand away. The girl was quick to grab at his shoulders to keep from falling. Oh, oops. No biggie. The girl giggled as she swung down from his arms and patted the feline's shoulder. Not like you're some kind of pervert, right? Fast Track shook his head. Of course I'm not. He said vehemently. I just didn't want you getting crushed under all that metal. He frowned before tapping the symbol on his chest, and changed back. Said the less confident boy. What were you doing anyway? The girl just smiled wider. I was getting more parts to make more of my precious babies, of course. Babies. Izuku blushed several shades of red, then paled remarkably fast. Wait, you don't mean real babies, right? 'Cause I know you can't make kids out of scrap metal. She giggled. Nah, I don't mean babies, I mean my babies. She said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out some kind of gadget. I'm aiming to be the best support gear inventor in the country. So I've always gotta be on the lookout for new materials to use to make them. Izuku then smiled. Wow, that's so cool. Are you aiming for UA's support course? The girl beamed at him. Better believe I am. She placed her hands on her hips, and thrust her chest out, which of course made the boy blush. You're looking at the next big name in support gear, the name's Mei Hatsume. Oh, a bead of sweat ran down the boy's head at the girl's enthusiasm. I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. The boy introduced himself. I hate to ask, but do you mind if I use some of this junk for my own gear? Mei gave him a flat look. First you grope me, now you wanna steal my treasure trove. That was an accident. The boy tried to defend himself, and besides, I've been cleaning up this place for months, and never. So it was you taking all the junk from this place. Mei shouted and poked him in the chest. I had my eye on a really good refrigerator with a motor in prime condition, but when I got the time to come and get it, I find it gone, and now I know why. The fact that she was getting in his face was bad enough, but the girl was getting really close to him, so much so that her bodies were now brushing up against his own chest. Wait. Izuku was steaming out of ears, his face flaming red. Before we get into that, could you please back up a bit? Mei blinked. She looked down and noticed their predicament. Oh, sorry about that. She backed away. My dad always tells me I need to learn some bondaries, but I've never known where to put them. Much to Izuku's embarrassment, she actually palmed both of her lethal, to him anyway, weapons. You're the first boy that's ever seemed to care, 'cause the others sure didn't mind. I bet they didn't. Izuku blushed. I'm sorry, by the way, he said, bringing her attention back to him. I didn't mean to steal from you. I didn't even know that anyone else came here. Mei shrugged. I don't care that much, but I did really want that motor. She tucked her arms behind her head. Anyway, You said you came here to use some of this stuff yourself, right? Izuku nodded. Well, I don't own any of this junk, and I sure don't own any part of this beach, so I can't say much else besides better luck next time. Izuku sighed in relief. Well, maybe you can help me after I'm done. Mei looked at him in interest. I'm kinda going off of a plan my mentor gave me. One of several, I guess. He showed her his Ultimatrix, which made her eyes shine like diamonds. What he did next nearly had her drooling as he pulled up the 3D schematic for the proto-tool. This is what I wanted to build. Oh, wow, Mei cried as she bounced forward to get a better look. This is beautiful. Your mentor must be a genius. This is way beyond anything I've ever seen outside of the Island Expo. Izuku nodded as the girl marveled. Yeah, and once I was finished, I was gonna have to test all the features it has, he said, bashfully scratching the back of his head, though, I'm not much of a techie. Mei beamed at him. Hey, no biggie. I'd love to get my hands on this big beautiful piece of hardware. Izuku smiled before nodding. Okay, then I'd better get to work. He smiled as he selected the right form on the Ultimatrix. He was about to slam down, but then he looked at the girl. Mei, you might wanna cover your eyes, he suggested. Instead, she pulled her goggles down before nodding. He slammed down the dial, and transformed. In the scrawny boy's place was a creature with a black exterior with green stripes that resembled circuitry all over him. Instead of a face, there was a green circle on his head which she took to be his eye upgrade. His eye flashed when he spoke. That is one impressive quirk, the girl said in amazement as she raised her goggles back to her forehead. Weren't you a kinda blue kitty speedster a minute ago? Upgrade nodded. Yeah, but my quirk lets me change into different mutations of myself. The gauntlet you saw me using lets me select what to change into, and also initiates the change. The mechamorph said. Though he felt bad about lying, he felt that she would probably have a meltdown if he told her that it was alien technology. Number 7 upgrade. This ooey gooey blob is actually a hive of small cell-like nanites. He can merge with any technology he comes into contact with, and enhance it into ultra-tech that is beyond human understanding. It doesn't matter how big it is, if it's tech, then this galvanic mechamorph can control it with one touch. And he's programmed with technology from hundreds of planets, and can replicate it all at will. All he needs is fuel for the fire, so he has to consume mountains of metal. He can also fire an energy beam from his eye, but be careful, because if even a bit of acid touches this big blob, he goes completely haywire. Now, let's see how much I can do with all this junk, Upgrade said while Mei stood back and watched as the mass of nanomachines seemed to melt into a puddle before slithering over to the pile next to the one she had been picking through. You know, this kinda reminds me of a really old movie I watched, she mumbled as the blob of nanites rose up and engulfed the pile of garbage. Instead of growing in size like she had thought he would, Upgrade seemed to be getting smaller as he reduced the garbage into materials to be used for later inside his body. However, he did spit out not one, not two, but 3 of the rifle-like tools. Oh, my, she giddily moved to pick one up as Upgrade went back to his normal size. You can have one of them, Upgrade said as he came over to her as the girl beamed at him. Call it an apology for unintentionally stealing that motor you wanted. Mei gave a squeal of happiness before she hugged the big blob, which caused the green lines on the alien to turn red. This is great. I can't wait to test this baby out, she said before taking aim at a trash pile. Say, what did you use for an energy source? She asked out of curiosity. I had a formula from my blueprints that allowed me to construct an energy crystal, Upgrade said before tapping the symbol on his chest. Changing back to Izuku, it shouldn't ever need a recharge. Mei giggled and took a test shot. Her aim was just a little off and she ended up firing too high of her intended target, which happened to be a microwave oven, and hit a cinder block sitting above it. The block fell from its perch, and smashed down near the bottom. Beep. Both teens jumped at the sound before Izuku stepped forward. Is that a car? One way to find out. Mei surged forward and started tossing garbage out behind her. Izuku laughed as he shielded himself and he tried to get in closer to help her dig. Careful. You're gonna get buried. He reached for the Ultimatrix. Let me get it. He selected Upgrade one more time, and changed. May stepped back as the large mechamorph turned to goop and spread himself over the garbage pile again. "You're not gonna eat it, right?" she asked with a hint of worry in her voice. "Of course not," the mechamorph said as the pile began to shrink. "I'm just gonna make a few adjustments." May waited for a moment, giddy with excitement when the mechamorph left the buried car. "Ooh, it's gorgeous," May squealed. "This is so great." She ran to the driver's side and jumped in. 1. Izuku turned back to normal. "Wait a minute. Do you even have a license?" he asked as he went and scooped up the other Proto tools. "This is technically a support item, so it's not an issue," she said as she found the ignition. Izuku had made it a push start. With a press of the button the engine roared to life. "Oh, man, listen to that motor," she practically moaned out. "Hey," Izuku yelped before he dove into the car just as the girl threw it into gear and stepped on the gas. "Do you even know how to drive?" May just cackled as she gunned the engine up the steps. Izuku held on for dear life as he was bounced up and down before they leveled out. "I've been working on cars since I was a kid," she boasted. "I know the ins and outs of mechanics better than even my dad." "Yeah, but do you know how to drive?" Izuku repeated his question while fumbling with his seatbelt. May shrugged. "Sure, my dad let me drive around the block all the time," she said before stepping on the gas again. "Besides, I grew up watching old shows like Dukes of Hazzard and Fast and Furious. Those are not good references for safe driving." Izuku yelped as the tires squealed against the pavement. Inko had left earlier than Izuku had that morning, missing the boy completely, so she didn't know that her son was currently potentially breaking the law. Yet. However, she was attending an early meeting at UA with Hound Dog. "I'm sorry for coming in so unexpectedly," she apologized to the furry hero therapist. Despite his looks, the man was very polite. "There's no need to apologize, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm quite happy to have you here with me today," he said as she took a seat across from him on a plush chair. "Now, Recovery Girl gave me a few details about your condition, but I'd like to hear what you think about it." Inko sighed, her hands in her lap clenched tightly. "To be honest, I never really thought of myself as someone with a mental problem." The therapist gave a small shrug. "Most never do unless someone else points it out, miss." Hound Dog replied, "But are you willingly admitting that you have one?" She nodded slowly. "I thought it over last night while in bed." She frowned. "Whenever I'm not working, I'm keeping myself very busy. The only time I actually relax is when my son is around." It's common in most cases to feel comfortable around family," he said in agreement, "but you sound as though you're overworking yourself." Inko gave a small chuckle. "Truth be known, I never really take long breaks," she said. "If I sit down for too long in the break room and no one is there, I sometimes get chills, or start trembling." Hound Dog wrote something down on his notepad. "And I would reason that you've experienced nausea, too." She nodded. "Classic signs of autophobia." He sighed. "Now, and feel free to not answer if you don't feel comfortable enough, but Recovery Girl said something about you having an estranged husband." "Hisashi." She nodded. "We grew up together, though he was from the local orphanage, and I was from a small family." She smiled fondly. "He was a year my junior, and he used to stick to me like glue." The scratching of Hound Dog's pen drew her attention. "Please, continue," he encouraged. "Well, he, like our son, had high hopes of being a hero," she said, "but both of us had fairly weak quirks, so he settled for a general studies course in high school. Neither of us went to college with it being so expensive, but he did propose to me straight out of school." "Did you have any other friends from your childhood other than your husband?" Hound Dog asked. Inko brightened. "Yes, I had Mitsuki." She smiled widely, a positive sign from Hound Dog's perspective. She still is quite a character." She giggled. "She had the biggest personality out of anyone I'd ever met, even among pro heroes." She sighed. She doesn't care about my husband." "No?" he asked in interest. She shook her head. "She never liked him," she admitted. "Whenever they were around one another, they were always butting heads over one thing or another." She chuckled. "She even said once that she'd marry me herself just so I wouldn't have to marry him." Hound Dog smiled under his muzzle. She sounds like a good woman. She is, Inko said happily. Her husband's a bit of a surprise, though, because he's her polar opposite. Hound Dog nodded with a small snort of amusement. But you and your husband obviously married. He pointed out. How did he treat you? Oh, he was never abusive toward me, Inko said. We went out sometimes. Kept in touch with Mitsuki, and some other friends from school. She sighed. He wanted children as soon as possible. She put in. He told me he wanted a big family. But you only have the one child? Hound Dog asked, uncertain. Inko looked down at her lap sadly. Yes. I had several miscarriages before my little Izuku came along. She smiled at the thought of her son, and he was born 2 months early. And how did your husband treat these times when you miscarried? He asked, beginning to draw a conclusion in his head. Inko thought for a moment. He was always devastated whenever we lost a child, she said, which she thought to be natural as she had taken it as hard as he had, but he always said that we would try again. And I take it that he didn't wait very long. Hound Dog pressed, and saw the woman start to look uncomfortable, giving him the only answer he needed. Let's talk about his time raising your son, shall we? Inko smiled and readily told him. When Izuku was born, Hisashi was over the moon, not only because our first child was a boy, but he kept saying that our boy was going to be a great hero someday. Inko's smile began to droop a little, and Izuku loved heroes. He particularly loved watching the video of All Might's big debut. And Hisashi encouraged him at every point, Inko went on, but when Izuku started to get to the age when his quirk was supposed to activate, she shook her head. I watched that boy try so hard to use either his father's quirk or mine, but there was nothing he could do to activate it. Hound Dog, he had a feeling he knew what was coming. During that time, we tried having another child. But I had another miscarriage and the doctor told me that having any more children would be nearly impossible. Hisashi seemed to lose interest in us after that. In you, or your son? Hound Dog asked. Both. She relented. Hound Dog set his pen down. I think I have enough information, the man said, but the question is, do you? Inko nodded as she mulled over all that she had spoken about. Hisashi basically wanted me for my quirk, didn't he? That would be my guess, Hound Dog said. When he found out that his only son was quirkless, and that his legal wife was incapable of bearing any more children, he most likely requested the overseas job himself. And found another woman, Inko said. He just wasn't willing to go through all the trouble of divorcing me. She said, and I believed him when he said that he would come back whenever he could. But it's been 11 years. And you've been afraid of admitting to yourself that your husband was never coming back, Hound Dog said. Here's what I want you to do, Ms. Midoriya, call your husband up and ask if he would like a divorce. Inko looked alarmed. You think I should? Hound Dog nodded. In no sense of the word marriage is it healthy for a couple to be separated for so long without even a single word to each other. He explained, and I'm willing to bet that he'll either see the sense in it, he said, or, if he's the man that I think he is, then he will get angry. If he does that, then you'll need to assert yourself a little more. But you've readily admitted that he likely has another woman, or women, in his life, Hound Dog said, before reaching into his suit's pocket and withdrawing a business card. That is the name of a very good lawyer, and he works very cheaply. Bring his name up with your husband if he gives you trouble. Inko took with a little hesitation. Is this going to help me with my? Hound Dog nodded. It will be the first step in the right direction, he promised. It may not feel like it, but it will be. He said, and though it may seem cruel of me to ask, but you should try being alone for short periods of time. But let someone help you. That friend, Mitsuki, I think, would help you greatly. Inko smiled as she placed the card in her purse. Would it be all right to ask her for support while I'm doing this? She asked, referring to the divorce lawyer. Hound Dog huffed out a laugh. Mrs. Midoriya, I can honestly say that, if she's anything like what you've told me, then you'd have to beat her off with a stick to stop her from being there for you. Before she could say any more, Inko's phone rang. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry, I thought I'd shut it off before coming in, she said as she fished the phone out of her purse. Toshi. She blushed slightly as the man across from her chuckled, knowing the man personally. Hello. Inko. Where are you? It was Toshinori, and he sounded frantic. I tried going by your apartment, but there was no one there. Inko was surprised by his urgency. I'm at UA right now, she told the man. What's the matter? I thought Izuku was. That's the problem, Toshinori said, sounded exhausted. Izuku's been arrested. For a joyriding. He did what? Toshinori drove by the school in order to pick Inko up and drive them both to the Mustafar police department where her child was being held. According to Toshinori, whom Izuku had called in confidence, which was teenager speak for please don't tell my mom, he and another student had been down at the beach while Izuku was trying out a new transformation, and attempting to build his support items when both of them had stumbled upon an abandoned junk heap of a car. In their excitement at its repair, the two of them had driven off. No damage was done, thank heavens, but that didn't mean that they hadn't gotten stopped. Technically, the car can be counted as a piece of support gear considering that young Midoriya rebuilt it himself, and it has defensive and offensive features, Toshinori explained as they pulled up to the station, but the girl forgot that they would need a few things before driving it. Like a license, Inko grumbled. Actually, no, Toshinori said with a dry chuckle, if it's a drivable support item, you get a license as soon as you get it certified. He remembered the extravagant car that his longtime friend and former partner, David Shield, had used. No, the problem lies in the fact that the car, while being rebuilt after it was abandoned, needed a salvage title, and they also needed to apply for the proper paperwork for a large, potentially dangerous support item. Inko groaned as Toshinori put his little truck in park, and got out so that he could open the door for her. She thought he was kidding, but apparently the only way the passenger's side door would open was from the outside. Which meant he had to open it for her. That's an excuse if ever I heard one. She thought fondly of the man's antics. But the moment he opened the door, and her heels hit the pavement, she put on her best mom face, and stalked up to the station. 5 minutes later, all of Inko's anger had gone flying out of the window. Why? Because her son had made a new friend. A new, female friend. And to add to the fact that not only was the boy able to pay the necessary fee for a salvage title himself, and fill out the necessary paperwork, but he was also set on giving the car to his mother. That little fact, however, had sparked quite the heated argument between himself and the very attractive Rosette he was with, but you could add on so much more to the car that would make it the perfect pursuit vehicle. May had complained when the boy offered Inko the car, "You're just trying to get out of the doghouse with your mom." What made the argument all the more amusing was the fact that Izuku, her timid little angel, was actually arguing right back just as heatedly. "You can't blame me for that." Izuku shouted right back, "I seriously thought we were gonna go to jail when we got pulled over." The boy was clearly frazzled beyond the norm since they were practically nose to nose with each other and it didn't seem to fluster him, and you even talked about pulling a Bouduke on the guy. "I was just kidding," May whined. "I'm gonna be the top support item producer in Japan, if not the world. You really think I want jail time on my resume?" Inko and Toshinori watched the exchange in slight amusement. "It's kinda hard to stay mad, now, isn't it?" Toshinori asked. Inko giggled. "Not for me it." Inko said with a very misleading smile on her face, "But I suppose I can let him off just a little easy, this time." Toshinori chuckled. "You like the car, don't you?" Quote. Inko gained a small blush to her cheeks. "We can talk about it over that bite to eat you mentioned." Over the next few weeks of his time in training, May became a large part of Izuku's life. The girl was just as enthusiastic about her support gear as he was about becoming a hero. The tech he had stored away in the Ultimatrix had most certainly caught her attention, both of them spending hours together trying to figure out how to build much of it. "Most of these blueprints call for metals and software that I've never even heard of," Izuku said on one particular evening as he and May went over some of the plans that he had drawn out. "I mean, look at this. This engine block could, theoretically, power an entire city with clean energy for a century." "I know, but I think titanium would work just as well. The only drawback would be that this thing wouldn't be as durable," May pointed out. "Then there's the power source," she pointed out. "Your upgrade form can produce something similar to it, but it's inferior as far as energy sources go. But the ones I made for the proto-tools are made from recycled materials, which means that getting these things out in the market would not only bring clean, non-nuclear energy to the world, but most of the waste dumps would be empty within days. Izuku grinned at her. Think about it, Mei, this could make your career. Mei smacked his shoulder and grinned at him. Our career, you mean, she said as the boy looked at her. You don't think I'm gonna take all of the credit for this, do you? She asked when the boy just shook his head. These designs were left to you by your mentor. It'd be a total dick move on my part if I just took them and made a living off of them. Inko came into the room with a tray of tea and snacks. She's right, dear, you should think of yourself, too, once in a while. She said with a bright smile on her face as she set the tray down. But these designs you're both drawing up, do you think that they can be made with today's technology? Mei just scoffed. You give these to anyone on an island, and they can have a prototype done within a year. She then looked as though something had hit her. Hey, why not sell this to them? She asked the green-haired boy. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to work on this myself, but this is way too big for just you and me. Izuku picked up one of the pages. You think so? Damn straight I do. Mei nodded as she grabbed a rice cracker. Besides, you can put our names on the proto-tools. She put in before crunching down. Those alone would be great for police work. She said around a mouthful. Inko giggled at the girl's manners. That's all well and good, dear, but don't talk with your mouth full, she said in a light admonishment. That reminds me, Izuku, have you finished the school work for this week? Izuku nearly beeped his tea up his nose. Who? His mother placed her hands on her hips and frowned at him. You know that you need to finish the assignments the school gave you on time, don't you? I know, it's just. I already finished. All of them. Izuku rambled out, much to Inko's surprise. To finish out his final year of middle school, Aldera had provided him with the rest of his assignments that would have been given for what remained of his time there. That included a box filled with yellow envelopes which contained those assignments. He would have to return to the school to take the end of the year exams soon. Inko then sighed. I knew that you were still overworking yourself. She said, giving the boy a look. I'll have to tell Toshi about this. Izuku didn't miss the way she said his name. Toshi, Mom. He had a small smile on his face. Now don't you read too much into that, young man, his mother glared. I've only just gotten the divorce finalized, and there's no reason for me to jump right into another relationship. Mei giggled. I hear ya, Ms. Midoriya, she said, who needs men? Izuku gave her a deadpanned look. What? You think I'm a girl? Mei just grinned at him. Hey, you're a guy, but I don't have any intentions of sleeping with ya in the near future. That was an image that Izuku was not soon to forget when it popped into his head. Inko all but belly laughed when her son's face erupted into a blinding red with steam coming off the top of his head. Oh, Mei, dear, you're a treasure, she said before she left the two alone to finish their work. In truth, much had happened aside from Mei joining her son's small circle of friends. The divorce lawyer that Hound Dog had recommended her to had jumped at the chance to help her, and the cost was very little. As it turned out, her husband, or former husband, as it was, had gone through and remarried without going through the divorce. His job had seen him rise through the business's ranks in success, which meant he was particularly well off financially, and he had fathered 2 more children by his new wife. Both of whom had his quirk to a stronger degree. When it was found out that he had still been married and had 2 wives, his second wife had not been happy about it, nor had he when he found out. It was the loudest, rudest phone call that Inko had ever received. In the end, however, the lawyer had threatened jail time for his transgressions, which had caused the man to easily cave in, along with half of the fortune he had amassed. Inko had almost refused the money, however, thinking back on how the man barely gave them enough to scrape by at times, she made the decision to make him pay for all that he had put her son and herself through. That meant that, after paying the lawyer, she could easily take time off of work, and not have to worry about their living expenses anymore. Now, she thought with a tiny blush rising to her cheeks, I just have to deal with this other man. She hated to admit it, but she had grown extremely fond of Toshinori over the course of preparing Izuku for the entrance exams that were coming up in February, a scant 2 months away. He was a bit immature in his best moments, and his health certainly wasn't the best, given his background as a former hero, and now an agent under one of the biggest heroes in Japan, but that never seemed to slow the man down. There was also the protective side she'd seen him use when around herself and her son. She'd heard about the incident in the UA conference room, and was elated to find that he defended Izuku so strongly against the other heroes. Not only that, but she remembered that he had defended her son from the admonishments of pro-heroes when he first got his powers. Then there was an incident with herself once, when one of the teachers made a comment about their relationship being the only reason that he had wanted the boy enrolled in UA in the first place. The moment the comment was made, however, the man changed. Inko had been around many heroes before, and all of them had a sort of pressure around them. An aura of strength. The waves of that same pressure that had come from Toshinori in that moment alone stifled any that she had felt before. Whatever he had been in the past, some of his former strength still lingered, and it was powerful enough to make even active pros back down in front of him. At first, considering her first marriage to Hisashi, she thought the man was pursuing her for her quirk. But she found out through Recovery Girl that the man had been so badly injured that it was unlikely he could produce children, even with a perfectly healthy wife. According to the elderly nurse, the man was quite the lone wolf, and preferred his own company 9 times out of 10. To say that he was openly attracted to her was speaking absolute volumes in the older woman's opinion. Then there had been their first date. While not truly a date, as he had invited Izuku and Mei along to celebrate Inko's marital freedom, much to her utter embarrassment, she had had a nice time in his company, even with the children along. Still, she was hesitant about anything regarding a serious relationship with the man. Oh, her son absolutely loved the man, and she could see a kind of pseudo-father-son bond between the two of them, but Inko's heart was nowhere near ready to be given away again anytime soon. "Mom," Izuku poked his head of his room, "weren't you going to see Aunt Mitsuki today?" The woman gave a small squeak. "Oh, my goodness, I completely forgot." She dashed over to her room. "Izuku, wait a minute," she yelped as she came back out into the hall. "What about your dinner, and?" "Mom." Izuku laughed with a huge smile on his face. "Don't worry so much, I can eat out tonight," he said. "I'll just drive you over to the Bakugos, and then drive Mei home." Mei popped up next to him. "Nah, my dad's gone out of town again, so I'd rather hang with you." Izuku nodded to her. "Sure, we can grab a bite at the same time." "Great." Mei ducked back in to start packing up her notes. Inko smiled fondly. "You too. Why can't you two date?" she asked as the pair came out, one carrying a bag stuffed full of crumpled paper, and the other pulling on a jacket. "You'd look so cute together." Mei gave the woman small bewildered look. "Sorry, I just can't get interested in boys, or girls for that matter." She shrugged. "Dad says it's just one of those phases I'm going through, and that I might take an interest someday, so that's not such a bad thing." Izuku nodded. "It could happen," he said before looking at his mother, "but if Mei actually took an interest in me, I think I'd probably die of shock." Inko and Mei gave the boy a look. "Why say that?" Mei asked. Izuku just scratched the back of his head. Well, Mei, you're kinda, really pretty, and I'm pretty plain looking." Inko huffed. "That is most certainly not true," she said as she grabbed her purse from her room. "You are a perfectly sweet and handsome young man." "I may not have an interest, Izuku, but even I think you're kinda cute myself," Mei admitted with a small shrug, "and if I'm saying that, then ya know I mean it." Izuku gave a shaky grin. "Well, thanks, I guess." Inko smiled and reached out her hand to pat his cheek. "And don't you ever doubt it, my beautiful boy," she said as the boy just blushed. "Now, if you're dropping me off and taking Mei to dinner, make sure you have that support license that Toshinori had made for you," she reminded him while the boy patted his jacket pocket, finding his wallet. "Good, wouldn't want you two getting pulled over again." Unlike the Midoriya household, the Bakugo household was a nice, 2-story home in a decent neighborhood. The Bakugos were a rather well-off family, with Mitsuki Bakugo being a former model, and fashion designer, while Masaru Bakugo worked for a small, successful business. That wasn't to say that they were fabulously wealthy. Now, they lived a fairly modest life, both parents having come from humble backgrounds. Unfortunately, that never seemed to be enough for the son of the household. Katsuko Bakugo, a young man that seemed to have a promising future as a hero, was arrogant, and often cruel to others he felt were inferior to him, and even challenging those he viewed as a threat to his rise to glory. If someone appeared to be stronger than he was, he made it his mission to put that person in their place beneath him where he believed they belonged. If that failed, then he would keep trying until he succeeded. This boiled down to the young man being belligerent, loud, and abusive to all of those around him, including his family. His father was a rather timid man, and would rather avoid conflict. He loved his son dearly, but the boy's fierce attitude frightened him, which was saying something when one considered his wife. Katsuki Bakugo was exactly like his mother in attitude. The woman was just as fierce as her son, and was not afraid to put him in his place when he acted out against her, or anyone for that matter. The two of them were the spitting images of each other. "Brat," Mitsuki shouted out, "you better behave yourself when Inko gets here, you hear me?" The answer came almost immediately, "Beep off, hag." Masaru sighed as he sat in the living room reading his paper. "I love both of you dearly, but I'm gonna need hearing aids long before I'm gray." "Did you say something, honey?" Mitsuki asked sweetly, having not heard him for yelling at their son. Masaru chuckled, "Just wondering what smells so good," he said, tongue in cheek. "That reminds me, when was the last time we saw Inko?" Mitsuki laughed. "It sure has been a while, hasn't it?" She said in a cheerful tone, "And I hope you don't mind, hun, but I made something low-fat," she said. Inko mentioned that she was dieting pretty hard. Masaru looked over his shoulder. "You sure that's healthy?" he asked with a hint of concern. "I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad she's trying to get healthy, but starting a body diet." He saw Mitsuki shrug. I know, but it's not one of those starvation diets," the woman said as she started setting the table. "You know, I heard through some of our friends that she's met someone new." "Really?" Now Masaru was up and smiling at her. "Now that's great to hear. I was wondering when she'd give up on Hisashi." Mitsuki snorted with dark humor. "The only good thing that ever came from that man was that precious little boy of hers," the woman said. "I'll have to grill her for details when she gets here." "Don't grill her too hard, sweetie," Masaru chuckled, the red-eyed woman giving him a look. "Oh, come on, you know what I mean. She's where Izuku gets his shyness, remember?" Mitsuki giggled. "Yeah, you're right." She smiled. "God, I love that woman, but Lord have mercy, that shy streak of hers." "I'm just glad I got you first," Masaru said as he stepped up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, "even if that tempter of yours scares the life out of me at times." Mitsuki giggled. "Then you'd better not beep up." Will you beepers knock it off?" Katsuki shouted. "I can beep hear you." Masaru wisely chose to release the woman as she rounded on the stairs. "You don't wanna hear it, then you can beep leave." She snapped loudly. "You know you're the reason you ain't got a brother or sister." Masaru rolled his eyes as the two started yet another argument. "I'll set the rest of the table. WHO gives a beep if I don't got a weak-ass sibling. I do, y'all little punk. But I can't have another kid cause you'd blow them the hell up." "I wouldn't blast no damned brat." "The hell you wouldn't." Meanwhile, outside the house, Inko was hesitating on going in as she heard the sounds of the fighting inside. Katsuki used to be so sweet, she sighed to herself. Still, though, if things don't get any better, I don't think these two will ever be friends again. "Hey, Mom," she heard her son call from the MK.10 while May was moving to the front seat. "Everything okay?" Inko turned and gave her son a small smile. "Katsuki's just arguing with his mother again," she told him as her son laughed nervously. "Some things never change, I suppose," she sighed. "Are you sure you've got enough money for food?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I've still got a lot left over from the metal I sold from the beach," he said, "and I've got my phone, too, so you can call me when you're done here." Inko nodded. "All right, just be careful, sweetie," she said, starting to turn around. before something struck her, and May looked around her son. If you want to stay over, we have plenty of room. May beamed at her, thanks. I'd love that. She waved at the woman, see ya in a little while. Have fun, Mom, Izuku said before he drove off. Inko watched them the whole time as they pulled out of sight. I have a 15-year-old with a driver's license. She said to herself, I really need to get myself a license before I pull my hair out with worry. She sighed as she turned back toward the house, muttering to herself under her breath, not that he isn't responsible enough, and not that he hasn't put on a little weight and some height, but he's still just barely able to see over the wheel. Before she got to the front doorstep, Mitsuki herself opened the door, beaming loudly, Inko. Her arms opened wide as she rushed out and hugged her longtime friend. It's so good to see you. Look at you, I think you've lost weight already. Inko laughed as she hugged her friend back. It's good to see you, too, Mitsuki, she said happily, nodding to Masaru over her shoulder. It really has been too long since I visited. It really has. The woman smiled widely as she ushered her inside the house. Please come in, dinner's waiting. Where's Izuku? Inko looked at her. Oh, he's just driven off. He and a friend are going out for dinner. Mitsuki gained a wide grin. Would this friend happen to be a girl? She wiggled her brow suggestively. Inko just shook her head. Oh, believe me when I say that I wish it was that sort of thing. She sighed, though, it is quite an entertaining story. You can tell me everything over dinner, her friend smiled, and don't worry about the brat. I made sure that he'd behave himself. At the same time that Inko was preparing to catch up with her oldest and dearest of friends and Izuku was out spending time with his only friend at the moment, Toshinori was doing something similar, only for him. The experience was less than ideal, or pleasant. While the gates of UA were closed, the faculty were all still in attendance for the meeting that was taking place between the country's #1 hero and his former sidekick. Sir Night-Eye was a tall, lean, muscular man dressed in a rather plain white suit with golden buttons and a red necktie. While he didn't possess the strength of some heroes, he was no less of an intimidating man as he sat at the table with his fingers laced together with his chin resting on the knuckles, directly opposite of Nezu, the little mammal smiling as always, even while All Might, in his usual shrunken form, pouted next to him. I'm so glad that you were able to make it to this meeting, Sir Night-Eye, the principal said in a chipper tone, and I'm so very sorry that we asked you here so suddenly. I truly hope that you weren't too busy. Night-Eye gave the mammal a small look, annoyance written clearly on his features. What work I miss, my staff can pick up in my place, he said, a small glance at All Might the only movement he seemed to make, although, considering my former mentor is here, and not quite happy to see me, I would hazard a guess that this concerns him. You would be correct, All Might said for himself, and yes, I am still miffed about you looking into my future, and would suggest never doing it again. He grumbled before continuing the conversation, but, while I was against this, I cannot deny that the situation does call for your help. Snipe looked at the hero detective. In this case, it's your young intern that we need. Sir Night-Eye's demeanor seemed to change. You mean Mirio? He raised his head, a small smile on his thin lips. I'm pleased to know that he's caught your attention, finally, All Might. The boy is rather exceptional, and would. Now, Nimari said, waving one of her fans at the man. This isn't about what you think it is, though many of us do agree with you on what you were assuming. She said before leaving her tool at the blonde man. However, the ultimate decision lies with All Might, wouldn't you agree? Yes, it should, he said, lowering his head. My apologies. Nezu shook his head. Think nothing of it, he said kindly. However, I should say that this does involve All Might and young Tagata to a great degree. He went on as he sipped his tea. You see, for the last several months, our dear friend has taken an interest in a very unique young man that intends to try out for UA this February. And how does this concern my apprentice? Sir Night-Eye asked. If the boy intends to try for this school, then shouldn't he simply be taking the entrance exams? That's where Aizawa and I agree with you, Toshinori said while the shabby teacher nodded, but something he brought up has Nezu thinking that the boy will need something more than simple muscle and combat training. Aizawa nodded. I should have kept my mouth shut. It's no less true, though, Cemento said with a small smile as he turned to Sir Night-Eye. You see, while the boy has incredible power, he lacks a great deal of confidence. Present Mike hooted. That's an understatement, he said. Poor kid looked like he was ready to pass out as soon as he stepped through the gates. Which is precisely why we'd like him to do a short internship with you, Nezu said. Spending time around Mirio and yourself would undoubtedly be good for his psyche. Your intern is bright, cheerful, and quite capable of winning people over fairly easily. Night-Eye frowned. This is quite a blatant show of favoritism. I agree, Aizawa said. Same here, Toshinori said with a deep sigh, and young Midoriya is also against it himself as he wants to earn his place here. He gestured to Aizawa, but Eraserhead has made it pretty transparent that he intends to expel the boy on day one if that part of his attitude isn't fixed. I didn't say that, Aizawa argued. I only expel hopeless students. Says the man that kicked his entire class out on the first day at the start of this year. Hound Dog said with a growl. Those students were among some of the best we've seen in a while, and you sent them to your girlfriend's school. She's not my girlfriend, Aizawa growled with his eyes glowing brightly at the candid mutant. Nimari was giggling at their antics. Boys, please, this is serious. She tittered. You wanna talk about relations, then what about All Might and his golden boy's mother? Aizawa snapped, ignoring Nimari's laughter and Toshinori's sputter. Toshinori rose angrily. There is nothing like that going on between myself and Ms. Midoriya. PFF'd. Bullshit. Even Hound Dog had to call him on that one. You've taken her out at least once from what she's told me in our weekly sessions. Toshinori did a double take. She mentioned me. Night-Eye was enjoying his former mentor's discomfort during the conversation. Ahem, gentlemen, and lady, as much as I'm enjoying this, he said as he gestured to the blushing All Might, why is this boy so important to all of you? He asked, what makes him so special that you're willing to go this far for him to be enrolled here? Now all of the teachers looked uncomfortable, then they turned to Toshinori and Nezu, the blonde nodding. He should know. Toshinori said, and then launched into how he had met Izuku, and then how the boy had come into his powers. By the end of it, Sir Night-Eye noticed a certain twinkle in his former partner's eyes. The boy's got one of the most heroic hearts I've ever seen, especially with today's heroes being all about the prestige and money. He went on, this kid could be the real deal, and I feel like I should do everything I can to see that his dream of attending this school becomes a reality. And with a device like the Ultimatrix at his disposal, it would be best if we helped him make better use of it as a hero, Nezu went on, and since the device seems to have bonded with him at the cellular level, removing it could not only be painful, it could be fatal. Toshinori glared at the rodent. You were thinking of removing it. His tone was low, dangerous, and, above all, protective. Not only did All Might want this boy to succeed, but it was obvious that he was emotionally attached to the boy. Night-Eye was beginning to see an opportunity arise. If the boy really needs the confidence, then I have no problem lending you Mirio, he said, leveling his stare at his former partner. He's been working for me quite hard since he started at my agency, so I wouldn't mind letting him have a break. Nezu beamed at the man. Wonderful. He chirped. Just tell me when he'll be given leave, and I'll set up a meeting between him and our young hopeful. Night-Eye gave the mammal a nod, looking over to his former mentor, and saw that he had relaxed. But I have to ask. He said in a lower tone than before, do you intend to give the boy one for all? That was a mistake. The moment that Sir Night-Eye brought up the strange quirk, Toshinori's relaxed facade disappeared, replaced by an intense pressure that had come from years of experience fighting villains of the highest caliber. This conversation is over, the man said. I should have known better than to expect you not to make a sales pitch. He rose from his chair with an accusatory gesture at the man. You want me to give the quirk to Mirio, don't you? I was simply asking. You were meddling in business that should never concern you. Toshinori stalked toward the door. You can forget about the internship, Nezu. I'll train the boy's confidence myself. Aizawa frowned as the man all but smashed the door open, damaging the hinges in his anger. Even in his weakened state, the man remained stronger than many in the room. Damn it, Night-Eye, the sleep-deprived teacher sighed. You just had to bring it up, didn't you? The man in question looked utterly baffled. I thought that you all agreed that Mirio would be a fine choice. Sir Night-Eye said. Nezu nodded. We do, but ultimately, as Miss Midnight has stated, the choice remains with Toshinori. Besides, Nimari said, All Might's been doing research on the past wielders of his quirk. She said grimly, if he passes the quirk on, then it has to be to someone that's quirkless. Quirkless? Night-Eye demanded. Why? Nezu sighed. I'm sorry that you have to hear this, Mr. Sasaki, the mammal said, but it was discovered that one of the past wielders of One for All actually died of old age. And why is that a bad thing? Mirai asked. He must have been training the quirk in order to pass it on. Nezu nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, that wasn't what was alarming. He looked down at his teacup. That particular wielder, when he passed, was only 40 years old, he said, letting the gravity of his words sink in. 40 years old, and this man died of old age when he should have been in his prime. Mirai's eye widened. You mean to tell me that if Mirio takes the quirk, he would likely pass away before he reached 30 years of age? Nezu said, because of the power that One for All hosts, it takes a toll on its wielder if they happen to have a quirk of their own, and it will drastically shorten their life. Meanwhile, at the local Big Belly Burger, I'm telling ya, all we have to do is find the right power source, and we can totally build this ship thingy, May said around a mouthful of her cheeseburger. From what the blueprints indicated, it's powered by a nuclear fusion engine, but I don't think all the junk on the beach is gonna be enough to build something like that. Izuku nodded. What about the crystals I made for the proto-tools? He asked. They hold a lot of energy, and they're sturdy enough to take a hard beating. May swallowed down her mouthful. Well, yeah, that could work, she said thoughtfully as Izuku sipped on a chocolate malt. But they're a little small for that, don't you think? Izuku looked a little offended. Hey, I can make one bigger than that, he told her with a grin. Matter of fact, I think one of my forms is made of something similar to diamonds, and the crystals he makes are energy absorbent. They could actually hold a lot more. May slapped the table. Now we're getting somewhere, she said excitedly. Does one of your mutations cause any form of radiation? The boy sat back and thought for a moment. I think one might be plasma-based, Izuku said while May practically fangirled. That's perfect, she shouted. If we can make it so that the spent plasma is recycled into usable energy, then the power cell will never run dry. Izuku just grinned at her. Man, you sure love your tech, May. May sat back and sipped on her strawberry malt. You better believe I do. She grinned and pointed her cup at him. You know, when you go pro, we oughta team up. I've loved being your company's tech gal. Izuku laughed. I thought you wanted to go into business for yourself. I would, but the tech your mentor left is absolutely world-changing. May gushed with a beaming smile, and if I get to work with something like that, then I'm bound to come up with something on my own, and strike out into my own company. She took another long sip until it started gurgling. Besides, it'd be great to go into business with a friend. Izuku felt his heart clench in his chest. Having May around had done wonders for himself. Learning how to talk without stuttering, sometimes, had been one of his accomplishments. But when she reminded him that she viewed him as a friend, the boy always reverted back to his shy, friend-starved self. Izuku, May said, you're making a really weird face right now. She leaned away from him. What did ya do? Izuku sniffled. No, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve. It just felt like my heart was gonna burst for a minute. May nodded slowly. Well, whatever, I guess. The girl said. So, how's training to get into UA going? Izuku smiled when he got himself back under control. Not bad, really, he said. Mr. Yagi's not making me clean up the beach as much, but he is teaching me a few boxing moves so I know how to fight. He held up his arms in a boxer's pose. It should really help when I'm in training at school. We gotta get in. First, May reminded him, I'm pretty confident about my grades. She boasted, and there's no way that I'll fail the practical if it has anything to do with mechanics, but what does UA do for their hero course practical? Izuku shook his head. No idea, he sighed. Mr. Yagi says it's confidential since the school wants the students unprepared for it. May hissed. Oof, that's gonna be rough. She sighed before looking out of the window of their booth. Then she jumped up and slammed her hands down on the table. Hey! Izuku yelped. What? She pointed out the window. There's a bunch of punks beating down on someone out there. Hitoshi Shinso was not having the best of days. Sure, school had gone fine, as it usually did. It was when he had gone home for the day when the trouble started. One of his classmates, a large boy with a strength enhancement quirk, had found out about his quirk, a power called brainwashing. If someone responded to him, he could place them under his control for a short time. All you had to do, the large teen snarled down at him, was get her to date me, you little shit. He reared back and kicked the prone boy in the ribs, forcing a scream from him. Would that have been so hard for a quirk like yours? Hitoshi spat out a glob of blood. For someone that wants to be a hero, yes. He snapped, I know you Zaraki. You're no good. You'd have. Gah. A swift kick to his chin shut him up. You didn't need to worry about that. The teen knelt down and grasped his face between his fingers, making the boy's jaw creak under the pressure. I wouldn't have hurt her. A little fun, but no pain. He cronies laughed behind him, but you. He squeezed his jaw painfully. You just had to go and beep it up. He tossed his head against the wall, and rose up. Boys, teach this shitface what happens when he doesn't do what I say. THR group maneuvered around him, cracking their knuckles and grinning wickedly. Gah chic. The sound of a gun cocking caught their attention. All eyes turned toward the sound and there stood a girl with pink hair, and what looked like a rifle in her hands. Now, I see one kid on the ground, and 5 standing over him. The girl said in a slightly manic tone, something tells me that the bad guys are the ones still standing. The leader just chuckled, put that little toy down before ya hurt yourself, babe. He said before giving her an up and down leer, ya know, you're just about my type. He took a step closer, and an orange blast surged past his ear. One of his cronies yelped as the beam struck him down. Hitoshi could tell he was still alive from the way he was twitching, even if he was currently foaming at the mouth. The girl hummed, so that's what it does to people. She giggled and licked her lips, I could get used to that. Anyone else wanna try something? She cocked the rifle and aimed it at the lead thug, please say yes. Kenpachi would have opened his mouth to snap at her, but a green flash from behind them distracted him. Turning around, the group of thugs came face to face with a large, blue-green humanoid made entirely of crystal. He was much larger in body than any of them, and the crystal of his fists glinted in the dim light of the alley as he held them up menacingly. Do we have a problem here, boys? The being asked in a deep, angry tone while sharp crystal spike grew out of his knuckles. Number 9 Diamond Head. This crystallized He-Man is almost completely indestructible, strong, and can fire sharp diamond-like projectiles from his body, or turn his arms into blades. He's a walking talking tank. But super high-pitched noises like Ultimate Echo Echo can knock his sparkly behind out. Now, being middle school students, the thugs took this guy for a hero, and decided that it wasn't worth getting arrested to just hang around. Turning tail, the teens blundered off through the alley. The fallen one May had shot stumbling to his feet and scrambling after them. May waved at them as they ran by. Bye-bye, asshats. She grinned as she aimed a kick at the last one running past. She then turned to the giant crystal man. That's a new one, Izuku, pretty cool, too. She grinned, is he the one that can make those crystals you were talking about? Izuku knelt down to check on the boy they'd been beating up. He sure is, the crystallized teen said, he's called Diamond Head. He said as he turned his attention back to the boy, you all right there? Hitoshi was able to sit up, his head back against the brick wall of the alley. Why yeah, I think maybe not. He groaned in pain while the girl came over to him with the rifle, transforming it into some kind of tablet. A yellow beam of light washed over him. This scanner's saying he's got some cracked ribs, fractures in his jaw, pretty nasty bump on his head and some internal bleeding. May grumbled before looking up at Diamond Head. This is bad, Izuku, he needs a hospital and fast. A recovery girl, the crystal giant said before touching the symbol on his chest, blinding both of them with another flash of green. Hitoshi then saw that the person he thought had been a hero was nothing more than a wiry boy like himself. You bluff pretty good for a twerp, the boy hissed painfully. You guys know recovery girl? May shrugged. I don't, but he does. She said as the boy pulled out his phone. He's been trying to get us both into UA since the exams are coming up. Hitoshi chuckled. Great, he hissed, tasting blood in his mouth. I'd love to go there, too. He said, his consciousness beginning to fade, but the girl jostled him back awake. Don't you go falling asleep on us, she said firmly. Izuku, any luck? She asked as the boy was yammering on the phone. Izuku nodded. Right, we'll be there as soon as we can, he said before hanging up. Recovery girl says to bring him straight to the school. The principal also wants to take a statement from him. Eraserhead is out on patrol right now, so he'll need descriptions of the ones responsible. He looked down at the team. Think you can do that? He laughed at the verdette. Hell, get me back on my feet, and I'll give you their addresses. Hitoshi said while Mei and Izuku got on either side of him and hoisted him to his feet with a pained groan from the boy. Thanks. Really, thanks a lot. Izuku just gave him a shaky smile. Don't mention it, he said. You should really be thanking Mei, though, she's the one that saw what was happening. Mei just grinned. Ah, go on, I just don't like bullies. Hitoshi just shook his head. Well, it goes without saying that those guys were more than just bullies. He groaned as he began to regret the head movement as it made him nauseous. They were full-blown villain wannabes. Izuku and Mei took a few minutes to get him to his feet, both of them supporting him under his arms as they slowly made their way to the car. Carefully, the two of them loaded him into the back seat before speeding off toward UA. The dinner at the Bakugo household had become a somber affair as Inko relayed all that had been happening over the past several months. Mitsuki took it all in stride, while inside she was burning with rage at some of the things she had been told. Masaru was shaking his head. I can't believe that Hisashi would do something like that, he frowned, scrubbing his hand down his face. Yes, I can, he relented. The man used to go on and on about how his boy would be greater than Endeavor one day. Mitsuki slapped the table loudly. I knew that bastard was no good. She snapped. I knew it from the time we were little. And he had the gall to get angry with you for wanting a divorce. After 11 years. It was quite an argument. Inko sighed, but when I mentioned my lawyer's name, he gave in fairly easily. She said, relieved that the man had finally given in. Mitsuki looked at her friend. That hardly seems like it would be enough, honey. I mean, you were traumatized, weren't you? Inko giggled slightly. Yes, but the therapy sessions with Mr. Hound Dog are doing wonders for me since I started seeing him, she said, then shivered. Though, I think I might need your help with something concerning one of my treatments if you wouldn't mind. Masaru looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. Inko, you know you can ask either one of us anything. The man proclaimed, you're just as important to me as you are to Mitsuki, you know. He's right, Inko, Mitsuki said. What are they asking you to do? Inko sighed. Hound Dog thinks some exposure therapy would be good for me, she said, meaning he wants me to be by myself for a little while, though there would be someone nearby in case I started having panic attacks, or anything of the like. Mitsuki reached over and took her hand. Just tell me when, she said. I'll be there whenever you need me. So will I, Masaru promised, then clapped his hands. Well, that's enough of this nasty business. He smiled widely. How's that boy of yours? I heard his quirk finally came in. Inko looked at him. You mean Katsuki didn't tell you? Tell us what? Mitsuki asked, then looked toward the stairs. Brat, you better get down here, right now. Screw you, ya hag. Masaru waved his wife down considering how explosive their son's personality was. Now, you know how he is, he reminded her. Inko doesn't need that right now. He added, now, what do you mean, Inko? Did Katsuki do something again? Beep off, old man, Katsuki roared. Masaru, though, was not taking that, as he turned and shouted, son, either come down here so you can stop yelling and talking like a civilized person, or shut up. He got no other response as the boy knew that if his timid father was raising his voice, then it was better to keep his mouth shut. Inko sighed and was about to respond when her phone rang. Oh, dear, I'm sorry, she said and reached into her purse, before she yelped when she saw the caller ID. Oh, it's Izuku. Put it on speaker, Mitsuki suggested. Inko did so. Izuku, dear, what's wrong? Right now, nothing, Izuku's voice said, but we had to make an emergency trip to UA. Inko whimpered. Emergency? What kind of emergency? Ms. Midoriya, said a familiar elderly voice. This is Recovery Girl. First of all, let me assure you that your son and Miss Hatsume are perfectly fine, dear, the woman said. However, they happened upon a fairly nasty beating taking place, and decided to step in. Afterward they called Nezu and asked if they could bring the victim here. Mitsuki hissed, is the kid all right? Hi, and Mitsuki, Izuku greeted cheerfully, and yeah, Shinso's doing just fine. He's fine now, dearie, Recovery Girl corrected the boy, but I can honestly say that if they hadn't gotten him here as fast as they did, then the boy would have been in quite the pickle. She went on, whoever was beating on him had a strength augmentation quirk, and managed to do a fair amount of damage. Fractures on most of his ribs, and one was even broken, an extremely bad fracture in his jaw, internal bleeding, and the poor child even had a mild concussion on top of a very nasty lump on the back of his head. The elderly nurse said with an angry tone in her voice, he would have been in the hospital for quite a while if I hadn't been able to treat him. The two women cooed. Oh, the poor boy. Inko cried. What about the hoodlums that did this? Masaru had to ask, surely they didn't get away with it. Thankfully, no, Recovery Girl said with a light chuckle. Before I started his treatment, the young man was able to give Eraserhead and Vlad King some very good descriptions, as well as some addresses. They won't be getting away with any of this, you mark my words on that. I wanted to tell you that we might be a little late coming back to get you, Mom. Izuku took over, sounding apologetic. Recovery Girl says she wants to keep Shinso here to keep an eye on him, but we're free to go. Still, it's a long way out, even if we left now. Mitsuki chuckled. Don't you worry your little freckled face, kid, I'll get her home safe. Thanks, Auntie, Izuku said. Sorry, Mom, I'll see you when we get home. Inko just shook her head. You two just take your time and get home safely. She told the boy, her heart swelling, and sweetie, I'm very proud of you for what you two did for that boy. She said with pride welling up in her, I love you, dear. Love you, too, Mom. Me, too, Inko. She heard Mei shout in the background. The woman laughed as the line went dead, those two. She sighed, more's the pity that she's not interested in romance. Mitsuki chuckled, still wanting grandbabies, huh? She jerked her thumb at the stairs, I fear for my kid's future. All he cares about is being a hero, not getting the girl. That's just a waste of time. Katsuki shouted down. Masaru huffed, without it, you wouldn't be here. He didn't hear a response. Mitsuki laughed and rose, come on, I'll drive you home. Thank you, Mitsuki, do you mind staying with me until Izuku gets home? Professor Paradox stepped out of the timeline he had been visiting with a thoughtful expression on his face. During his time in Earth Omega's brighter future, he had found something that alarmed him. A single event, he knew, could change the course that the flow of time would take. When he looked into the darker timelines, he saw the same event playing out in much different ways than he could have imagined. In the alternate timeline that Izuku had not received the Ultimatrix, but instead, received the quirk of All Might and become his successor, that one moment in time had played out as it would have, and the person that had caused such strife and suffering had become detrimental in bringing about the darkness of that particular future. One person, broken and lost, as their family shunned them. Becoming something so much worse than what their family had made them out to be. However, the future in which Izuku had taken the Ultimatrix, the same person would remain dangerous unless a kind hand was extended. Yet no one was willing to extend that hand. In the brighter side of a third alternate time, something could be done. And so he had come back to a week before the event that changed this person's future so horribly, and stood outside the gates of Ultimate Alliance Academy. Under his arm he carried a rather large folder with the information that he would need to plead his case. However, instead of walking across the threshold and triggering the alarm, he simply created another portal and stepped through. Then he made his way into the school. Quite an impressive establishment, he commented to himself as he often did when he traveled alone. Very much so, especially for that of a mere high school building. His presence in the halls was drawing attention, the brass tip of his cane seeming to sound like the ring of a bell as it tapped against the tiled floors, though he knew it would, considering that these were no mere students or teachers. No, he knew that they were all trained to recognize threats when they presented themselves. And while paradox seemed to mean no to them as he passed each curious student and teacher with a smile and a nod of his head, he knew that he very well could be dangerous if he was forced into a fight. Of course he had no intention of doing, of course, but these heroes did not know that. As he passed by, the hero known as Ectoplasma took real notice of him, and turned to follow him. "Excuse me," said the helmeted hero, which made the professor turn to him with his usual friendly smile, "but I don't believe we've met. Nor do I believe that you have a pass," he said in his warped voice. "Would you care to explain why you're trespassing on the campus?" Professor Paradox shook his head. "Not at all, my friend." He presented the folder tucked under his arm. "I realize that my presence here is unexpected, however, I have some documents here that need the headmaster's immediate attention." "I see." Ectoplasm was still skeptical about the man. "Would you mind if I had a look at these documents? I mean no offense, but, as you said, you're an uninvited guest in these halls, so I do have good reason to be suspicious." "Please." The professor handed over the folder. "I never wished to cause any alarm to your students nor your fellow teachers, but this case was simply too important to wait for an appropriate appointment time." While he spoke, Ectoplasm was thumbing through the pages of the enclosed documents. As he read, a cold pit of rage began forming in his stomach. He looked up at the man. "Are you aware of the implications that these documents present?" he asked in a tone that bordered on the lines of fury. "I am fully aware." Professor Paradox nodded grimly, "and this child is very dangerously close to a very dangerous breaking point that she has the potential to never recover from," he said as he tapped his cane against the floor for emphasis. "Hence my reasoning for simply bring this to the headmaster straight away instead of attempting an appointment." Ectoplasm hummed. "I see." The teacher made a gesture down the hall. "Then, as a precaution, please allow me to escort you to our principal's office." It wasn't a request. He nodded. "Would you prefer that I walk beside, or in front of you?" "Beside, if you please," Ectoplasm said before he started down the hall, the professor keeping step with him. "If I may ask, who might you be?" The professor laughed. "I've lived such a long life that I'm afraid I've quite forgotten my given name," he said, "but a friend of mine, long ago, grew fond of calling me Professor Paradox, and in homage to that friend, I, too, grew fond of the name." Ectoplasm actually huffed out a laugh. "You're quite the odd one, I'll give you that." Paradox chuckled himself. "I've been called far worse," he said as they reached the office. Inside, he was introduced to Principal Nezu, and vice versa. And while Nezu read through the documents that the professor had provided, the man could see a change in the mammal's normal friendly demeanor. If Nezu had had claws, then the documents might have been damaged by how hard he was clenching them. Nezu then looked up at the man. "I don't doubt the validity of these documents," he said, "but I must know how you came to possess them." The professor smiled. "The same way that I came to possess the Ultimatrix that now rests on the wrist of Izuku Midoriya," he said, "which gained their attention immediately, because I walked through time to get them." Nezu stood up on his seat. "You're the time walker that Midoriya was talking about," he said with glee in his voice. "I am, indeed," Paradox said. Ectoplasm looked at the man. "You could have told me that from the beginning," he said. "It would have alleviated some of my concerns about you." The professor gave the man an apologetic look. "I do apologize for that, my friend. I tend to act as though I know those around me as I've often encountered them through one time or another," he said before turning his attention back to the mammalian principal. "And I must say that in each timeline that I have encountered this girl, she is never not abused by her family." He pointed to the documents in Nezu's paws. "The drugs listed there, I believe, have long been outlawed by your government. Not only do they have long-lasting side effects on the patient, but they rarely work for the type of power that this girl possesses." Nezu nodded. "Not only that, but they can cause mental instability," he said with a note of bitterness in his tone. "Believe me, I would know given that they were tested on myself for a time until they were outlawed." He shook his head. "But to know that they're still being used, and on a child. We will need to act as soon as possible if we're to stop the mental breakdown that this girl will undoubtedly suffer," Ectoplasm said, I'll have a team of heroes notified and a warrant made ready. This girl is obviously in dire need. Professor Paradox shook his head. I am afraid that it's more severe than that, he told the man. What her parents have done to her have made this girl highly mistrustful, which means that she will be exceedingly difficult to convince of your intentions. He frowned. The drugs that they have forced on her have also done horrible things to her concerning her powers. She has essentially been starving to death for the latter part of a decade. Dear God, Ectoplasm groaned before looking at Nezu. I'll contact Tsukauchi, he'll be able to handle this quick and efficiently. The man turned on the tips of his peg legs and all but flew out the door. Nezu picked up the phone on his desk. I'll make a few calls to the Child Welfare Services, he said. The sooner that we get this child under our wing, the better. Make certain that you do not frighten her. The professor said, as I said, she is very mistrustful, so her instincts are very flight or fight oriented, and she will most definitely lean more toward the flight response. Nezu nodded. Thank you for this information, he said. If you have the time, I would very much like to hear about these other worlds you've visited. Paradox smiled at the little animal as he noted a familiar green car pulling up to the school. Time, my dear friend, is the one thing that I have in the greatest abundance. With Izuku, I hope Shinso's doing okay. Izuku sighed as they made their way toward the school. He took a really bad beating before we brought him in last night. Beside him, Mei just shrugged. Recovery girl seemed to think he'd be fine after she was through with him. She tucked her arms behind her head, looking up at the school, but I bet he passed out pretty quick after she treated him. Yeah, no kidding, Izuku chuckled. Still, I'm glad we could help him. Did you really have to shoot that one guy? Mei just huffed. Yeah, she said as they entered the school. The way that lead creep was staring at my beeps was a real red flag if you didn't notice. She asked as she crossed her arms in anger under her bodies. I know that you're no perv, but even you stare sometimes. It doesn't help that you don't believe in wearing shirts, he grumbled as he recalled the girl walking around his apartment in her sports bra, and less at times. My point is that guy was not going to stop with just staring. Izuku, Mei sighed with her hands on her hips. Besides that, those idiots needed to know I meant business, or else you'd never have gotten behind them in time to scare the rest of them off. Izuku sighed, deciding to let it go. So, how's it going with your schoolwork? Mei groaned. I hate math. She moaned dramatically before swooning into him. Save me from those evil equations, Izu. Izuku laughed and shoved her off of him as she laughed at her own antics. Come on, it's not that bad. Says the kid that's homeschooled, she pointed out, elbowing him in the side. Speaking of which, how come you don't go to school? She asked, not much of a friendly type. Izuku just rolled his eyes. You know better than that, he reminded her, gesturing between them. We're friends, aren't we? Mei just grinned at him teasingly. Well, you don't stutter around me anymore unless you catch me in the shower. That was one time, Izuku yelled, and I wasn't expecting you to just walk out with nothing on except a pair of panties and that towel around your shoulders. You loved it and you know it. Mei laughed at his reddening face, but seriously, why don't you go to school? Izuku frowned and stopped just short of the school's doors. Well, until a few months ago, I didn't really have a quirk. Mei looked at him in shock. Wow, no kidding. She asked, recalling how a few quirkless kids in her school had been treated. Geez, that's rough. She said sympathetically, but then she smiled. But I bet they changed their tone after you got such an awesome mutant-type quirk. I wouldn't know, he shrugged as they continued on. I was pulled out soon afterward by Mr. Yagi, and started training my quirk as soon as possible. And I finished the rest of my schoolwork weeks ago, so the only thing I have left to do is take the graduation exams. Mei frowned at him, knowing that there was more to it. Tell me something, did you have any friends in your old school? Izuku thought of Bakugo for a moment, almost ready to say that he had a friend in him. But that thought was quickly squashed because he realized soon after he had been given the Ultimatrix that Katsuki Bakugo didn't give two licks about him as a friend. More or less. No, the boy sighed before looking at the girl. You were my first real friend for a long time. Mei just stared at him, before she skipped forward and unexpectedly pecked him on the cheek. Izuku yelped, his face going up in a cloud of steam. Wah wah wah, what was that FFF for? May shrugged. For being a good friend, she said with a small glance at him over her shoulder. Don't read too much into it, though. Pretty sure I still don't like boys, or girls at this point. Izuku was still too steamed up to answer, so they kept heading to the nurse's office. I should be a good friend more often, he thought idly. Speaking of friends, they met Recovery Girl just as she was bringing Shinso out of her office. "Ah, I was wondering when you two rascals would be by," she said in the way of greeting, and looked up at the pale, violet-haired teen. "Mr. Shinso's doing just fine after a good night's rest, and some of my quirk's effects." "And I appreciate that," Shinso said before letting out a huge yawn. "Think you might have gone overboard, though." Recovery Girl just cackled. "Sonny, if I went overboard, you'd be dead." "Seriously," Shinso yelped, wide awake now. Still laughing, the woman turned her attention back to Izuku. "Have you given any more thought to Hound Dog's offer, young man?" she asked. Izuku frowned. I'm still not sure." Hitoshi and Mei looked at him. "Do you really think I need it?" Recovery Girl nodded. "I'm afraid so." She sighed. "You show all the signs of a light post-traumatic stress disorder." Hitoshi widened his eyes slightly. "It was difficult to catch, because the forms you take have few facial features I'm able to read, but when you change back, I can see them quite clearly. Loud noises frighten you, almost to the point that I suspect that you were once caught in an explosion." Izuku flinched. "You also show signs of lack of sleep. You have nightmares, don't you, dear?" Sometimes," he nodded slowly. "And given the lack of confidence that the other teachers have got themselves in a huff over," she continued, "I would say that you have self-worth anxiety, too." "Another symptom." She nodded. "So yes, I do believe you should see Hound Dog when you pass the exams, but I can't force you to do it." Hitoshi looked at the green-haired boy. "So he's already practically enrolled." He thought bitterly. Not surprising since he has one of those flashy, powerful quirks that everybody praises so much. He hated the fact that he was feeling bitter toward the boy, given that he had been saved from possibly weeks of recovery from the beating he would have taken, but the fact that his own quirk was lackluster and not combat-oriented left a large chip on his shoulder. Mei looked at him then. "That reminds me, weren't you wanting to go here, too?" He gave a small shrug. "Well, yeah, who doesn't?" he asked. She grinned and pointed to her companion. "Then you should definitely get some pointers from this guy," she said as Izuku yelped when she suddenly slapped him on the back. "Not only is he a quirk analyst, but he knows tech, too. The support gear he's produced alone could get you in. I hope you filled out the proper paperwork to use those support items," Recovery Girl said. "From what Majima tells me, your proto-tools are going to be the next big thing in police and hero work as far as capture weapons go." Izuku and Hitoshi looked at her. "You can use support gear during the practical?" the purple-haired teen asked. "Of course, dear," the elderly nurse said. "Not all prospective students have combat-oriented quirks, you know," she said, "and for those that can't use their quirks without the aid of a support item, there has to be a middle ground. So the principal allows the use of such tech in order to keep things fair." Izuku looked at the teen. "Did you need something to help you during the practical exams?" Hitoshi scratched the back of his head. I might," he relented, "but this feels wrong, asking you for help when you've already helped me out of a bad situation." Recovery Girl chuckled. "Nonsense, young man, one should never forego asking for help when you know you need it. And I have an extra proto-tool if you're interested." Izuku provided before taking his bag from his shoulder. The item he pulled out resembled a rifle of some sort, but he then molded it to a smaller size and placed it on his shoulder. "These little things are pretty handy in a fight." Mei giggled happily. "Don't I know it? Shooting that perv last night was so satisfying that I almost went trigger happy." Izuku looked at her. "I thought you were always trigger happy." Hey, Hitoshi had a hard time not laughing at the duo. "You'd really let me use your tech?" Izuku nodded. "I sure would," he nodded. "As a matter of fact, I need to talk with the principal so I can use one myself if my quirk times out." The day was just like any other for one Himiko Toga. Another day of putting on the mask her parents wanted her to wear. Another day of being a fake Himiko Toga. Another day of feeling so starved to death that she could barely stand it. And another day of her parents shoving drugs into her mouth and forcing them down her throat. What was worse about the day-to-day routine was the fact that her hunger was always pushed to its limits every time she was around someone. She could smell their blood flowing just beneath the skin. The sound of it pulsing through their veins was almost like a river, and her always felt so parched that she was desperate enough to lick it off the floor. The only way she could stave off her hunger was by hiding in one of the bathrooms and taking small sips of her own blood. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. But she couldn't do anything about it. Her parents already thought she was disgusting because of her quirk's need for blood. If she acted on those needs, they had threatened to send her away. She had nowhere to go, so she had no choice but to do as she was told and be a fake. "Toga Himiko, please come to the principal's office," the principal's voice called over the PA system. "Toga Himiko, please come to the principal's office. And please bring your bag." That was strange. The girl hadn't done anything to warrant being called to the principal's office. She looked up at her teacher, who nodded their head for her to go. So she took up her school bag, and headed out of the classroom, a few jeers following her out for being in trouble. She ignored them. They didn't matter to her anyway. They were just fakes, too. Fake friends. She didn't really have what she could call real friends. Her mother always said that people wouldn't be friends with her if she told them about her freaky quirk. So since they didn't know about her quirk, then they didn't know about the real her. And if they didn't know about the real her, then they weren't her real friends. And so she didn't have any friends. She sighed as she made her way to the principal's office, and found something there that chilled her to her core. The man may have had the face of a cat, but the uniform he was wearing, he was a policeman. Panic immediately set in as she feared that her parents had asked them to take her away. It wouldn't have surprised her. They didn't like her anyway and often wished for her to be quirkless since she would be normal like her siblings. The officer turned and spotted her, causing her to falter in her step. "Oh, would you be Miss Toga?" Her voice caught in her throat as the man stepped toward her. "I'm so glad I got to meet you," he continued as he moved toward her, not even seeing how frightened she was. "My name is Tamakawa Sanza, and I've been sent to collect you." Her heart sank, and her instincts took over. She turned on her toes and bolted. "Miss Toga, wait," she heard the cat man call out behind her. But she didn't care. She hadn't done anything wrong. There was no reason for her parents to do this to her. She had to get away. Get away from all of them. If she did that, then she didn't have to be fake anymore. She could be real. She could be happy. When Izuku reached Nezu's office, and knocked on the door, he got the shock of a lifetime. Sitting with the mammalian principal was none other than the very man that had given him the Ultimatrix. The man smiled at him as he entered the room with his friends. "Hello, Izuku," he said with cheer in his voice, "it is quite good to see you. I hope that you've been well." He beamed at the man. "Yes, sir, I've been great." He held up his wrist with the device on it. "I can't thank you enough for helping me with my quirk," he said as Hitoshi and Mei greeted the man quietly. "Please, call me Paradox," he said, remembering that he had never told the boy his name from before. "Being called sir makes me feel far older than I actually am." Nezu let out a small laugh. "And just how old is that?" "I tend to forget," Paradox said as the children entered the room. "Tell me, my young friend, have you extended the time you were able to stay transformed?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, Mr. Paradox, I can stay in most forms for 15 minutes. The man smiled as the principal gestured for them to sit down. "Indeed, and he was able to put on quite a display for us not so long ago," the mammal said, "though, I'm afraid that our idea for a confidence-building experience has been shot down by your trainer." Izuku nodded with a small sigh of relief. "I don't mind all that much," he shrugged. "I already felt like I was getting way too much special treatment from Mr. Yagi." Nezu nodded. "Yes, and both Yagi and our Mr. Aizawa agree with you on that account. However, it wasn't the idea of special treatment that ruined the chances." He sighed. "I'm afraid that our Mr. Yagi and Mr. Sasaki are still on quite bad terms." Hitoshi was looking at the green-haired boy with more than a little envy. "I knew it," he frowned. This kid has to be something special to the top heroes here if they want him bad enough that they're willing to go as far as having him specially trained. Paradox smiled as he sipped his tea. Izuku's power is quite unique, and there's great reason to hone his skills, he said as his gaze fell on the violet-haired boy, but this young man with him is something quite special as well. Hitoshi jolted. How is he now? Nezu smiled with interest. Please, do tell. Paradox smiled at the young man. This young man will indeed make a truly fine young hero, which made the boy's heart swell with joy. His power allows him to take control of any person that responds to his voice. The boy stared at the strange man. How do you? That's amazing. Izuku suddenly shouted. That's such a useful quirk. You could easily take down villains if you took control of them. He looked at the freckled teen. You don't think my quirk is better suited to being a villain? Nezu was the one that spoke up. My dear boy, there is no reason that a quirk like yours should be used in such a way. He smiled at the young man. We have a teacher at this school that has a quirk that is able to nullify another's quirk, which could very easily defeat most heroes, yet he himself chooses to be a hero. When it comes down to it, young man, it is all about your choice. The mammal continued. How you use your quirk is your own choice. Whether you wish to be a hero or a villain, it all relies on you. Mei just smiled at him. So that's why you wanted to use our support gear. She looked over at the principal. These two wanted to fill out the forms to use support items during the practical. Of course, Nezu reached for a drawer on his desk and drew out a few stacks of paper. The forms are fairly simple. Signatures, quirk usage, limitations and reasons for use of the item. You understand. Both boys retrieved their forms and started filling them out just as the phone on Nezu's desk began ringing. This is UA Academy, Principal Nezu speaking. Paradox didn't need to listen to the call to know that something had gone terribly wrong. As he knew it would. Nothing could go as smoothly as one wished it to be. I see. Have you any idea of where she might have gone? Izuku looked at the principal in interest. Well, whatever you do, we must ensure that she is unharmed. None of this is her fault, after all. Keep in mind that she can transform into another person if she ingests their blood, Nezu said, piquing Izuku's interest even further as he wished he had his notebook to write it down. And also keep in mind that she has practically been starving to death because of her quirk's need for it. Now Shinso was looking at him. She may also become feral because of those drugs if she's pushed too far. He hung up the phone and sighed. What that poor child must be thinking right now. She's most certainly thinking that this is her parents' doing. Paradox sighed. The documents I gave you are only a written account of what's been done to her. He said as he remembered looking into the girl's past before coming to his decision. Much of it remains undocumented. Her parents have also openly threatened to have her arrested because of how she naturally acted. She feared that if she didn't act accordingly to their will that she would be imprisoned. Mei gave Hitoshi a nudge in his side. Kinda sounds like what you were talking about. She was referring to how some had seen his quirk as villainous. She was right. His heart went out to whoever this girl was, and felt the need to help her on some level. Is there anything we can do to help? Izuku spoke up out of the blue, drawing all attention to him. The principal just smiled indulgently. That's very kind of you to say, young man, he said with appreciation, but you must understand that this is a potentially dangerous situation, he said. You see, this young lady is not only starved for blood, not unlike a vampire, but her parents have been forcing her take quirk-suppressing drugs. The three children looked horrified at the revelation. I see you understand the implications. The principal sighed. Her mental stability isn't what it should be because of these drugs, and add in the possible 10 years of starvation, we could be looking at a child that has turned into a ravenous wild animal at this point. Professor Paradox gave the principal a nod. Indeed, however, Izuku does have a transformation in his arsenal that could make tracking her monumentally easier for your forces, he said as the boy looked at him in confusion. The one I speak of is still laying dormant at the moment, however, I can access it quite simply for you. The principal thought for a moment. If it were simply tracking her down, then perhaps it would be safe. Izuku looked down at the Ultimatrix. But then what would we do? Nezu hopped out of his chair and moved around to stand at the end of the tea table. Confronted with something like one of Mr. Midoriya's various transformations might trigger the girl's fight or flight instincts to a much higher degree. I would almost assume so. Paradox frowned. I do not know how the situation will totally play out, however I do believe that the key to her salvation is sitting right in front of us. He gestured to the 3 children. These young people have extraordinary gifts, my furry friend, and have something that they can offer this young girl. Something that she desperately desires. Nezu cocked his head, and that is friendship. Paradox smiled as the 3 children looked at each other. Izuku here has an innate ability to befriend those around him. His eyes fell on Mei as the girl was fiddling with one of her gadgets. A young woman that has a brilliantly mechanical mind, yet was ostracized from others because of her brilliance. Yet, when meeting Izuku, a friendship was quickly formed, whereas with anyone else, she would struggle to remember their names. Mei gained a blush on her cheeks. It's nice having someone to talk to about my babies. Her words were muttered, however easily heard by the others. Hitoshi looked at Izuku. Babies. Her inventions. Izuku supplied. It used to weird me out a little whenever she talked about babies because I actually kept thinking about real babies. He gave a shrug with a small smile. It didn't take me long to get used to it, though. And it has certainly bolstered your confidence, if your behavior is any indication. Nezu rubbed his furry chin. Paradox chuckled. It has, and young Hitoshi here would have been badly beaten if Mei hadn't spotted him, which prompted Izuku into action. The man smiled at the taller boy. And now here he sits, uninjured, preparing for a prominent future here at this school, whereas he would have been forced into the general studies course if he hadn't met the young man. You can't be sure of that. The teen sounded upset. I could have passed the practical on my own. Paradox smiled apologetically. Forgive me, young man. I didn't mean to upset you. Nezu sighed. If you think that these young people would be able to help find this young woman before she does herself harm, then I suppose I can authorize this with the proper forms. He returned to his desk and picked up the phone. I'll notify Vlad and Eraser about your involvement. I would suggest allowing the good professor to access the new form, Mr. Midoriya. Allow me, my boy. Paradox leaned forward and took hold of the Ultimatrix. The dial rose up. Paradox spun it in different ways like a combination lock before the green glow turned to yellow, providing the image of a form that Izuku had never seen before. I must warn you, he said as the boy looked at him. This form was meant to be on a secondary list after you had mastered the initial 10 forms. However, this being a dire situation, I see no other choice than to allow its use. He said as the hologram of the new form appeared on the Ultimatrix, but it is quite dangerous. It is a beast in every sense of the word, and has powerful primal hunting instincts. You may lose yourself to that primal side if you're not careful. Izuku frowned. I'll do my best, sir. Paradox smiled and the boy slammed his hand down on the dial, initiating the transformation. Unlike his other transformations, the green flash that usually accompanied them was muted this time, giving all present a very clear view of how the lanky boy's body changed. Hitoshi nearly fell over as the teen grew in bulk and height, fur sprouting from his skin while his face elongated into a sharp muzzle, his teeth narrowing into deadly fangs. Oh, my, Nezu said in wonder at the massive creature before them. Wow, no wonder this form is a tracker. Mei stood up and patted her friend's enlarged shoulder. You look great. Izuku swung his massive head around at her with a snarl on his lips as his teeth snapped. The Toga household was simple enough. A normal everyday family. Himiko's parents were both quirkless, and as such, were looked down upon by most others that did have quirks. Aizawa noted that there was a copy of the Quirk Doomsday Theory, a book which was basically a Bible to those of the Humorize organization, on one of their shelves. It looked to be well worn, and read often. This family, it seemed, had no love for heroes, or for quirks in general. The only other children in the house were younger than 15, both of whom were also quirkless, so it would stem to reason that the eldest daughter of the house, having a quirk, would not be welcomed by any member of the family. Khan was having a hard time not just hauling the parents in right there and then. Humorize was a known criminal organization, however these people had no criminal background to stand on. Just being followers was not enough. However, Just because they couldn't be arrested for being followers of the radical group, did not mean that they couldn't be arrested at all. Aizawa had them seated at the kitchen table, a copied stack of the documents provided by Professor Paradox sitting in between them. He read every word to them in front of the children, though they only looked mildly upset. Their parents were both horrified that they had been found out. Each one of these charges if listed is enough for the maximum penalty, the underground hero said in an eerily calm voice, which means that you would be incarcerated for the rest of your lives, your assets frozen, and divided among your surviving relatives, in this case, your children. The eldest would have first claim over everything, however I have no doubt that she would want nothing from you at this point. Vlad snorted. You should feel lucky that she hasn't snapped, yet. He to the frightened family, blood-related quirks are rare, but they are never completely harmless. And knowing that this girl requires blood as a partial food source, she could have very well snapped from hunger alone and fed on all of you without even knowing what she was doing until it was far too late. And the trauma of such a thing would undoubtedly have pushed her sanity to its breaking point. Aizawa growled, I could easily take you into custody for child abuse alone. He reached out and set a bottle of pills on the table, but this. His voice was always calm, but even Vlad King could tell that the discovery of the outlawed quirk-suppressing drugs had infuriated the man. How could you put your own daughter through this? The mother looked at the shabby teacher, Hero. What were we supposed to do with her? She demanded. She's always been a freak since the day she was born. I could see that when she opened her eyes. Vlad's teeth clenched audibly. But we still raised her like she was a normal girl. And then that disgusting quirk of hers came in, the father said with a sneer. She thought blood was pretty. That it was sweet, like candy of all things. We were raising an actual vampire under our roof. The mother now sounded hysterical. How could we not try to keep her under control unless she started thinking of us as food? Finally, Vlad's temper got the better of him as his massive fist came crashing down on the table. The family shrieked as one while Aizawa just placed his hand on the larger hero's shoulder. Easy, Khan. He said before looking at the family, the fact that she has been put through this torture for the better part of 10 years and not snapped yet should speak for itself. Her love for you was probably the only reason she didn't turn on you sooner. The parents looked at each other. You still don't get it, do you? Himiko wanted to be everything you wanted her to be, so that you would love her. Yet here we are, trying to find her after she ran, thinking that you had grown tired of her and called the police to take her to prison for no apparent reason other than the fact that you hate her for something she has no control over. The parents were saved from more of his scathing remarks as there came a knock at the door. Khan turned around quickly. I'll get it. That's either our tracker, or the police come to collect this lot. He growled, eager to get away from the parents before he was physically sick from their presence. He opened the door to find 2 teenagers, and a large. Good lord, Khan gulped as he looked up at the creature in front of him. The only thing that he could think of when he saw it was werewolf. It was all of 7 feet tall with thick gray fur, a long mane going down its neck, and a bushy tail swishing back and forth. Number 11 Blitzwolfer. This 7-foot-tall nightmare is the height of primal strength and speed. He has incredibly sharp and strong prehensile claws on his hands, feet and can use his tail just like a primate. His enhanced speed and strength give him incredible jumping abilities, and his quad-hinged jaw can open out to the sides to unleash a supersonic howl strong enough to knock out a Petrosapian. His senses of smell, hearing and sight make him an apex predator with the ability to track a target for miles, even in the black of night. However, those heightened senses can easily be used against him as strong smells and high-pitched noises can harm him. May waved in greeting as she smiled at the hero. Hi, Mr. King. Principal Nezu sent us over to try and help with this case. She smiled brightly and jerked her thumb at the large bipedal canine behind her. This is Izuku if you haven't already guessed it. She then presented the nervous Hitoshi, and this guy is Shinso. He's got a brainwashing quirk that could help, too. Wait, that's Midoriya. Vlad gaped at the large werewolf-like creature. This one wasn't in your notebook. Izuku scratched the back of his ear bashfully. It's sorta new. The boy wolf said in a very guttural voice, it's not exactly safe either, so we should probably hurry up so I can get the scent. What about your time limit? Vlad asked as he stepped aside to allow them in. Won't that be a problem? Hitoshi stepped around the man. The guy that helped him change into this said that he put some kinda lock on it. He said hesitantly, I don't really know how this works, but Midoriya won't change back until he's ready. Vlad nodded in acceptance to that, and the safety issue. Izuku turned his large head to the man. Well, this form is kinda run by instinct. He hung his head down in slight embarrassment and shame, really strong instincts. You're not still upset about that, are you? May asked as she stepped into the home, a proto-tool slung over her shoulder. I told you that it was fine. Not like I'm actually gonna turn into a werewolf after this, right? Izuku hung his head lower. I really hope it doesn't work like that. Vlad looked to Hitoshi for an answer. He kinda attacked her when he first changed. Vlad looked alarmed at this, and Hitoshi held up his hands, but we got him under control pretty quick. He said, more than a little nervous around the large predator after the display. May proudly rolled up her sleeve and showed him a bandage wrapped around her left wrist. I'm the only girl that can honestly say she was attacked by a bona fide werewolf. She giggled just as Aizawa came into the room. He took one look at the two teens, and then werewolf-like beast in the room, saw the Ultimatrix symbol on his chest, and groaned. Really? You again? Blitzwolfer's ears went flat against his skull. I'm sorry. His head dipped down like a dog expecting to be hit with a newspaper. The man just groaned. I already had a headache from dealing with this case as a whole. All he needed was a bunch of teenagers that didn't know what the hell they were doing lousing it up. Just do what you were supposed to come here to do, and get it over with. Blitzwolfer nodded his large head. Can I have something with her scent on it? He asked. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it was something of hers. Vlad, however, was looking at the boy-turned-beast with intrigue. I want you to check her room. He jerked his thumb toward the hall. I have a sneaking suspicion that more went on in there than what her parents will admit. Now hold on. The girl's father shouted as he got up from the table. You can't just act. He blanched when he saw the giant beast in his living room. Vlad gestured for him to follow, and led him down the hall. Vlad opened up to the door to the girl's room, revealing it to be very bare of anything that would mark it as the room of a young girl. He looked to the boy, expecting him to put his nose to the floor, but when he saw the expression on his lupine face he took an involuntary step back from him as his lips had curled back over his fangs. May aimed the tool at him. Izuku, you still there? She asked loudly. Don't make me use this. Answer her, Midoriya, Hitoshi said loudly, hoping to get a response out of him. Blitzwolfer shook his head with a feral growl. I'm fine. Just keep her father away from me. He snarled as he stepped into the room, and dropped down on all fours. Unfortunately for the parents, Blitzwolfer's sense of smell was so powerful that he could easily see images forming around him from the lingering scents in the room alone. And the things he saw, they were only making the animal inside of him angrier. Finally, he couldn't take it, and dashed to the window, desperate for air. When he tried to raise it, he found it bolted down so that it wouldn't budge. Snarling, he reared back a claw and smashed it open. Aizawa came running in just as the Lobone hung his out the window. What's going on? Sensory overload would be my guess, May provided with a sympathetic look. Whatever he smells in there must have been too much for him. Suddenly, Blitzwolfer howled, loud and long before he brought his back in and swung around to face them. I have her scent, he growled. May, take them to the car, let Aizawa or Vlad drive, doesn't matter which. I just need you to stay right behind me. May nodded as the beast stalked out of the room, making sure to give him plenty of space as he moved past them. Unfortunately, he stopped when he spotted Mr. Toga standing near the kitchen. He yelped as the bestial teen glared with an animalistic fury. Aizawa saw the way Canine's lips curled back over his teeth while drool dripped from his muzzle. A primal rage had entered those glowing green eyes that Aizawa easily recognized. Don't, May cautioned him as he moved forward, but he ignored the warning. He reached up and placed a hand on the Lobone's shoulder. He swung his head around baring his fangs at the teacher. Midoriya, the teacher spoke softly as the boy snarled. He's not worth it. He flattened his ears down, even though he was still snarling angrily, and moved toward the door. The teacher looked at the father. Whatever he would have done to you, you would have deserved. As the two teacher and students filed out of the house, Vlad took up the driver's seat. How do we keep track of him? He asked as he watched Blitzwolfer climb up the side of a building at frightening speeds for a creature his size. Mei handed Aizawa a small device. I put a tracker on him before we got here. She said, just follow that signal, and it'll lead us right to him. Let's just hope he doesn't eat anyone before we catch up. Hitoshi earning him a harsh elbow to the ribs from the rosette. Night was setting in quick as she huddled down against brick wall of the alley she'd hidden in. The police had chased her all across the city after she'd run away from the school. She wanted to go back home, but there had been heroes and police swarming around the place looking for her. She had heard her parents' raised voices, cursing her name. She had bolted when a strange green car had pulled up to her house. And now, here she was out on the street just as they had threatened she would be. At the tail end of December. Frightened, cold, and starving in every sense of the word. She looked out at the street. People were flowing by just like a river. And they smelled so good. When she was really hungry she could smell the different types of blood people had pumping through their veins. Each one had a different scent. A different flavor. Her own blood tasted bland to her. Sort of like oatmeal without any sugar added. But it was all she had. She was tempted, hugely tempted to just walk out onto the street and grab the nearest person so that she could finally taste something other than her own bland-tasting blood. But if she did that, then she knew that there could be no going back. She hadn't done anything. The still rational side of her mind was telling her the police couldn't do anything to her, yet, but if she went out and drank her fill. Well, looky here, boys. A voice slick as oil came from her left. A tall, beefy teenager came out of the shadows. Not often that we get a cutie like this on our turf. There was laughter coming from behind him. 1, no, 3 others were walking behind the stranger, and she didn't like the smells coming off of any of them. Like her, they smelled bland. They were druggies. Leave me alone, she muttered with an angry growl that sounded like a cat. Ooh, cutie got claws. The leader laughed. That's good. I love it when they put up a fight. Himiko reached for her sleeve, searching for the box cutter she usually kept hidden there, only to find it missing. Her eyes widened just a fraction as she realized that she must have dropped it while on the run. She looked down at her fingers, knowing that her nails were sharp enough to do at least some damage, but she was no match for 4 jumped-up idiots. Above them came a howl. The sound startled all of them, a shiver going down Himiko's spine as whatever it was sounded dangerously close. Dude, one of the druggies said, was that a dog? Beep if I know. Now stop being a bitch, the other said, we got ourselves some fun waiting for us. Damn it, she wasn't in the mood to deal with idiots like this, even if it could mean filling her stomach. Suddenly a growl came from above them. She looked up and saw a pair of bright green eyes glowering down at the young men. Holy she! The creature's jaw split into 4 as it let out a bone-rattling roar. Himiko yelped and clamped her hands against her ears as the sound of the monster's howl blasted through the alley, stunning the 4 assailants for just long enough as the creature jumped down from the wall and swiped at the leader, throwing him against the opposite wall. The other screamed as they were soon set upon by the beast as well, taken down in quick succession. Then it turned its attention to her. She scrambled to her feet, ready to bolt. But the monster jumped and landed in front of her. Wait, the werewolf grunted in a masculine voice, surprising her. I don't wanna hurt you. Himiko looked at the monster in shock. You can talk. Of course I can talk. He dipped his head in a nod. I didn't mean to scare you. His ears flattened against his head slightly. I just wanted to help you is all. Himiko stepped back from the werewolf. Yeah, right, like I'm gonna believe that. She glared at him. No one wants to help me. The werewolf took a half step forward, only to have her skitter back again. He hung his head. Are you afraid of me? His ears flattened down against his head, his tail tucked between his legs. Because I look like a monster. Himiko felt something lurch in her stomach. You little monster. Why can't you be normal like your siblings? Your quirk makes you a monster. I sound just like them. She frowned as she watched the werewolf back away from her. Look, I appreciate the rescue and all, but I don't have time for this. She told him as she started to turn away to leave, the police are after me, and... But the werewolf shook his head, not after you. She glared at him. How would he know? They want your parents because of all the bad things they did to you. Himiko snarled, and how do you know that? She demanded, are you some kind of attack dog of theirs? She snapped, backing further away from him, and there's no way you could know what they've done to me. You don't know a damn thing. I know. But I'd like to. He whimpered, sounding like a puppy. Farther away, hidden in the crowd, May was having a hard time not laughing. Is he serious with those one-liners? She snickered. Hush up. Hitoshi bonked her on the head, they're working. How do you know? She asked while she rubbed her head. Hitoshi pointed out the girl's movements, her body language. He said, if she was going to run, she'd have done it already. May was skeptical of the girl, though, and had the proto-tool resting on her shoulder, ready to fire if she had to. Meanwhile, above the two teens sat Vlad and Aizawa. He's keeping her calm enough. Vlad noted as the transformed teen talked the young blonde down. Let's hope we don't have to step in. Aizawa kept himself quiet, though every instinct was demanding that he drop down below them and apprehend the girl. But doing so would destroy what little trust she might or might not have had in heroes given her parents' attitudes. Listen, I get that you're scared right now, Blitzwolfer said, but the police really aren't trying to take you in. Himiko looked at him with her yellow cat-like eyes as if she were about to attack. Yeah, then what were they gonna do? My mom was always saying that the police would come for me someday, and that they'd never have to see me again. She flinched when the werewolf showed his razor-sharp fangs with a growl. And now they're the ones being taken away, the beast growled, because of what they were doing to you. The drugs, the beatings, and every time they held you down when you wouldn't take those pills. All of that was extreme abuse. He stalked toward her. Himiko took a frightened step back. How do you know all of that? She asked as he loomed over her. I never told anyone. Just like Daddy said. I was a good girl. She was suddenly brought into a warm coat of fur. Blitzwolfer hadn't been able to take it anymore. When he compared what she had gone through with her parents to what he had been through with his classmates, there was nothing to compare. They were the same, yet her situation was so much worse than his own. And so many times when he was being put in his place he had wished that someone, anyone would do for him what he was now doing for her. When he hugged her the girl had gone rigid. It was as if she was unused to such contact. And the truth of the matter was that she was completely new to being held. No one, not her friends, not her family, no one ever held her to offer comfort before. It happened to me, too. The werewolf said, I've gone most of my life without friends. When I came home with new injuries, I couldn't tell my mother, because I didn't want her to worry. Above them, Vlad and Aizawa were listening with interest. As were Hitoshi and May. I was beaten and made fun of every day by my classmates because I wasn't like them. I had to sew up my uniform and bandage my wounds before going home to make sure my mom didn't see them. Hitoshi looked away from the scene, though he could still hear him talking through the tracker. May had her hand against her mouth to keep herself from sobbing. It was the first time either of them had heard anything like this from the warm-hearted boy. And she had known him much longer. Someone even told me that I should kill myself. Himiko gasped. There were so many times that I wanted to make them see how wrong they were, Blitzwolfer continued, but I didn't want revenge. So I just kept my head down and did my best to prove them wrong. Himiko looked up at the large canine, but you're so big and strong. She splayed her hand across his chest. How could anyone treat you like that? His earls flicked, because until 7 months ago, I was completely quirkless. He let that sink in as the girl gaped at him. But then my quirk activated, and I was able to start toward my dream. And part of that dream means helping people like you, like us. But I can't be anything but a monster. The girl felt tears starting to well up into her eyes. I drink blood. I crave it. Sometimes I need it so bad that I think I'm gonna go crazy. Suddenly she bit down on her wrist. Her teeth didn't penetrate, but the low bone could see the signs of older tooth marks, as well as scars from something sharp. That's not a heroic quirk. It's a monster's. I can't be anything else. A quirk is what you make of it, said a new voice from behind them. She jumped out of the werewolf's warm embrace and spotted a tall, violet-haired boy, as well as a shorter pink-haired girl standing behind the wolf. Blitzwolfer looked down at her with a smile, of a sorts. It's okay. These are my friends. And yours, said the girl, offering her a coat, if you don't mind a crazy gearhead like me hanging around. The boy scratched the back of his neck bashfully, or someone that can brainwash people. The Lobone lowered his head. I can even give you some of my blood if you need it, Blitzwolfer offered with a shake of his large head. Really? I don't mind at all. Himiko looked at him as if he'd grown another head. You really? Me, too, the other girl shouted as she came forward. I gave blood a lot back in school. The boy shrugged. I've got a pint or two to spare, he said with a huge grin. A sob racked through her as Himiko's legs suddenly gave out. Her tears spilled over as the coat was draped over her shoulders. But she had something much better to keep the cold away. She finally had friends. Real friends. Several hours later. That was the most reckless thing you've ever had anyone do, Aizawa shouted at the white mammalian. How could you place those inexperienced hero wannabes in danger like that when you knew that that girl was mentally unstable enough to be a serious threat? Nezu was expecting the argument from the moment he had cleared Izuku and his friends to take on the mission. And to his sheer delight, they had accomplished it without incident. They were either lucky, or they were born for it. Vlad sighed as he stepped up to his fellow teacher and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. While I agree with you, Eraser, we have to look at this in a positive light, he said. The girl's parents are in custody, the children are in protective services until homes can be found for them, and Himiko Toga is safe. And it's all thanks to Midoriya and his little group of misfits. I agree with you both, Nezu said with a sigh. The only reason I consented to allowing Midoriya and his friends to undertake this is because the boy is uniquely suited for situations like this. He turned and looked out the window. True, we've all seen that the boy can be a force to be reckoned with in battle, but Toshinori was truly onto something when he said that the boy has the truest heart of a hero. We were damned lucky that the girl didn't attack them, Aizawa said. Do you know how much blood she drank when Vlad offered his? 7 pints. 7 pints. That's the equivalent of an average adult human. Vlad nodded his head. True, anyone else would have been bled dry, he said, clenching and unclenching his fists. It's lucky I don't have to worry about that. Plus I have had Recovery Girl look into some substitutes that may help with her appetite. Nezu said, there are a few American heroes that have vampiric quirks that require them to regularly ingest blood, so they use a special pill that will dissolve in water and essentially turn it into blood for them to drink. And what's to be done with her now? Aizawa frowned as he had a feeling that he already knew the answer. You're thinking about enrolling her here, aren't you? Nezu shrugged. She would, of course, be welcomed within these halls by all but you, it seems. Nezu turned back around to look at him. I am beginning to see why Toshinori does not care for your teaching abilities. Aizawa frowned at him. In the span of 2 days, we have seen not one, but 2 potential students that could replace you in the underground world. Shinso, who can take control of anyone that responds to his voice, and now Miss Toga, who can change into anyone whose blood she drinks. Can you not see their potential? Of course I can, Aizawa snapped, but they are completely irrational, illogical, and mentally unfit. Then you can step back this year, and let Toshinori have your spot as Class 1A's homeroom teacher, as well as letting him take up the role of heroics teacher. Vlad said, or I'll take every one of those students if you won't. The blood-using hero said, so go ahead, kick them out of your class if they pop up, and I'll be waiting with open arms to scoop them up, and turn them into the finest heroes that the world has ever seen since Crimson Riot, and All Might. Nezu nodded in agreement. He's right, Aizawa, if you expel them from your class, I will personally see to it that Vlad takes them into his class, even if he's over his 22-student limit. The mammalian said, these children are too bright to let go, Aizawa, I wish you could see that. Mei alone would be a fantastic student for Snipe to take under his wing if she wanted to be a hero. And Shinso would be a perfect apprentice for you, Vlad said to his scruffy colleague. He might not have your erasure, but that brainwashing quirk of his is quite formidable. Aizawa took a deep breath to calm his frayed nerves. I didn't say that they wouldn't do well in the hero courses, he explained. I'm merely upset that you saw fit to send untrained children into the field. Even if they did have special skill sets, they could have been gravely injured. But they weren't, and let that be the end of it. Nezu nodded. I dislike arguing with any of my staff, Aizawa, you most of all, so I would like to put this all behind us. There is still more than a month left until the entrance exams, so let us worry about these students if and when they enter these halls. Aizawa nodded slowly, agreed. Thank you. The principal smiled. Now, if the two of you will excuse me, I believe I need to fill out some paperwork concerning the additions of the dorms. Vlad looked at him. If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's going to happen to the girl? Oh, I had almost forgotten, Nezu said. The recently divorced Ms. Midoriya took the children in for the night. He said, much to their surprise. Yes, I thought it was odd as well. But Miss Hatsume's father is going to be out of town for some time, and apparently Mr. Shinso's a bit estranged from his family as well. Not to the point of abuse, mind you, but they are wary of him. And given Ms. Midoriya's kind nature, she couldn't resist hosting them. She absolutely adores little Himiko already. Though you can imagine her surprise when she saw her son's new form. What made it truly hilarious was Himiko's reaction when that 7-foot werewolf shrank down into a boy of 5'7". Are we sure that's a safe idea? Vlad asked with real concern in his voice. The girl's been starved for nearly all her life, and her appetite is quite voracious. Nezu nodded. I made it known that the girl would require blood for some of her meals, he chuckled. Apparently she isn't the first blood drinker that Inko has come across, and readily offered to get some blood bags from the hospital she works for. Poor little Himiko nearly bawled her eyes out at the offer. You're enjoying this far too much, Aizawa said before he turned to leave. I'm going to bed. The man reached for the door, and made to open it before he glanced over his shoulder. Keep in mind, Nezu, a red glint came to his eyes. I will never be responsible for telling a parent that a child has been killed in any of our courses. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.